Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Woo!
Yeah. Mhm.
It's super fun.
No audio for DM we got. I
Uh-oh.
got something perfect for this. Drop in chat.
There we go. Now you can hear my voice. What the actual fuck?
Yeah.
Apparently, this decided to revert back to default microphone. Anyway, let me try again. We have a Halloween episode that will be running very soon, as you can see from the trailer we just put in. We would very much love it if everyone could drop in and watch some spooky time. It's very fun. And we had a lot of fun.
A couple of hours on the Friday night. I think the runtime It's probably looking at about 5 hours.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a long one, but it's certainly interesting.
It's gonna be interesting, yeah. It's gonna be interesting, yeah. So grab some Halloween candy.
DM is apparently super loud now. Just heads up. Get some feedback.
Is this better? Is this good for you? I turn it down a little bit. Now it should be better, hopefully. I'll try to turn it down a little bit more. Maybe more. I'll keep going until it's not peaking. Yeah, I think it's better now. Sorry. Technology. One day.
Yep.
One day. Hopefully it should be right now. Anyway, my name is Tom. I am the game master and the producer of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than Facebook requests from bots, you come to the right place.
From butts.
Yeah, bots.
B-O-T.
Yeah, not B-O-T-T-S. I mean, technically it's both, right? Right?
Yeah.
What kind of Facebook are y'all on?
The Book of Faces. Anyway, a small recap of what happened last time. I'm just gonna put a little bit of atmospheric stuff on here, so everyone can enjoy that too.
Atmosphere.
That's a little bit too loud, maybe. That's probably better. So, last time you didn't actually do that awfully much. You pretty much buried some dead bodies. You caught up with Tam and tried to work out what happened on both sides of the equation. And you had a meeting with Battle Baal about your next assignment, where you all agreed that Sean is to escort Valentina in a Game of Thrones style coup.
100%.
That was the unanimous consensus. We all came to that decision unanimously.
Yes. It was perfect. And that's pretty much where we left off last time, except at the very end you boarded a ferry to go to Helga's fret, and you saw an eye open in the sky.
Usual thing in this kind of world, right?
Fantasy.
Just another day for Jean.
More magic.
Another eye in the sky.
Yes. And you're still on the ferry currently, but that's where we will start today's episode.
Alrighty.
Alright. Let's roll some dice.
So is it a particularly long travel on the ferry? It was pretty much like a day or so, wasn't it? Give or take?
It's pretty much a day. You'll probably be there in the morning, because you left a little later. You buried all the bodies and such.
Cool.
So you will have to spend the night on the ferry.
Yeah. I don't know about you all, but I'm thinking of getting some rest on here, because I feel like tomorrow's going to be a big one. You guys thinking we should just sleep in the back of the cart, or should we set up the tent, if that'll work here?
I would like to stay somewhere under the cover of something, because that is rather disconcerting.
Yeah. That was going to be my next topic. I thought, start with something easy, work into the terrifying.
I don't think the tent's going to. I don't think they'll be able to erect the tent on the boat. I think it's perhaps maybe if the cart wasn't here as well, but it is.
Yeah, fair. Back
I
to the
could.
cart.
I could. Yes, I don't. I haven't got any more tarp. I could speak to the boatman. Perhaps he has a tarp. We could extend the back of the cart, and I mean, I don't mind sleeping under the stars, of sorts. The giant eye in the sky.
Yeah. I think that's about throwing me off, but otherwise, I'm happy to sleep outside too. Speaking of though, Yeah, the eye in the sky. Anyone? Any thoughts? What the fuck is my simple approach?
Yeah.
I feel like realities are bleeding into one another.
Oh,
It's possible. It's possible that when we began, whatever it was that we began, that this is a part of it. You remember, you all had the visions yesterday. Was it this morning? And the suggestion was that something had been put into motion when we had that run in with our friend in the farm, that something was put into motion. I wonder whether whatever that is a part of it. It would seem to make sense.
We did see it in the vision. I did see something similar to this, and then
You did?
and then when the vision ended, it was there, which is why I feel like there are certain realities that are bleeding into one somehow, that we're seeing. I don't know if you call them premonitions. I mean, it wasn't anything concrete, but...
DM, can the boatman hear us where we're sitting having this conversation?
You can do it without him being able to hear. It's not a small one. Like, you can fit 2 carts on to this ferry, but if you're standing away from him, he's just doing his job at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we should
you
probably still remain circumspect.
You mentioned that there was birds and bats and animals flying away.
Yeah.
Is that still an event that's happening? Like, is there...
Yeah, you still see batches of entire bases of flying creatures leaving together.
And they're heading... So,
South.
like, they're heading south. Is there, like, the eye in the sky, does it look like a meteor going somewhere? Like it's going to land?
So the way I described it last time, it's kind of like... It looks a little bit like a meteor's tail, but then there's a line through it, so you can see that it looks like an eye.
Yes.
And that's not normal for, like, a meteor or something like that.
Yeah. Can I see where that's... Like, is it pointing in some... Is it moving to a specific place? Like, does it look like it's going somewhere?
Looks
or
like it's
looking...
staying in place.
Oh. And how much does it relate to the moons?
So the moons are more on a... How should I say this? So the eye is more of a northern side because of where we are at the moment. The moon is more like in the middle of the sky above you.
Yep. So the moon's kind of go like that.
That's good
and
for
it's
time.
like a thing up there. Okay, so the animals are definitely trying to run away from the thing.
Definitely leaving this area.
Leaving this area or running away from the thing that's far away to the north?
That you cannot see. But you can definitely see that this is a lot of creatures. Probably a lot more than what is just residing in the kingdom.
Yeah. Mr. Jean, you know how you mentioned to me that I should tell you about things... I mean, you're usually not interested in what the animals are doing, but have you... It's not... I think it's not usual for so many... Well, look at that! It's a bat! They don't come out in the day. It's unusual for the animals to be moving like this. Doesn't seem like it's normal. It seems like they're running away from something.
Yeah. I guess now that you mention it, it does seem like there's a lot flying out. I mean, this sort of time of day, I usually expect the birds to go find a place to rest and any nightlife to come out, but you're right, everything's moving. Everything's going at once. Is this something you've seen before? By any means?
Well, I haven't met many. My home's big, but like not. It's pretty small. So, and I haven't actually met that many animals because most of the animals in my home are people and like actual humanoid people. So this is
okay.
odd.
Yeah, that's interesting though. I have a thought, which if you guys think see if it's all right. I was thinking of going to inquire with the ferryman and see if they can see this as well. Make sure this isn't something that's directly linked to what we got going on here. Maybe it's just
you think
us, but then the animals are seeing it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be worth to see if the
idea.
humans could see it.
I think
I'll go talk to him.
All right.
Ingwe, just try to be circumspect. Yes, try not to. Actually, you know what? How about I come with you and we can have a conversation together. You certainly lead the conversation, but if I tug on your sleeve or give you a little bit of a nudge, you'll know at that point maybe we should let the man talk for himself. Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I walk up to the ferryman and I say, "What are you doing?"
I'm just keeping this raft afloat.
And a good, excellent job you're doing. You're the best ferryman I've ever met.
Thank you.
Can I perhaps ask an odd question? Can you see the thing up there?
Yes, of course.
Oh, good. I mean, not good. I mean, is it good or not good?
I think it means that the gods are watching. And he just keeps going.
Which is your god? That's
a long story to get into, young man. Maybe later.
Oh, sure. Anytime you want to tell a story, I love
trapped on
stories.
this ferry with this man.
I don't really belong to a god, but we are all just individuals under a sun, are we not?
Yeah, and the moons. Is it? Have you seen it before? Have you seen something like this before?
Not that I recall, no.
Makes me feel better that you can see it. I thought I was imagining it.
Wow.
And that.
I can definitely see it, and I can tell you that my god is not really a god. My god is something different.
Wow, that sounds something different than a god. Yeah, me too. My family's doesn't really have a god. What?
Oh.
What kind of different things are there?
Oh, there's many kinds of things. There's creatures that are powerful enough to perform magic. There's...
Yeah, like the elders.
Yeah, or dragons, or... There's... What is the big one called? There's Tiamat as well, if you heard of her. And...
A big dragon.
Yeah, it's a big dragon. Then you have the gods, and then you have everything above them. No offense to them, of course.
Well, and beyond them. The world's beyond them now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I think they outgrew themselves.
Wow.
There's
Well,
many
thanks.
different entities. There's also the ones below, but I wouldn't recommend doing a deal with any of those ones anytime soon.
Yeah. I am one of my tribe mates. Yeah, he did that. Didn't end up well for him.
It usually
I'll
doesn't.
I'll pull out the symbol of Vecna.
Okay.
Like these guys. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh,
The
yeah.
below ones, right?
I mean, technically, I guess that Vecna is a god now, so I guess that counts as that.
Is your dude stronger than Vecna?
Well, I haven't seen them have a fight, but I'm pretty sure they don't like each other very much currently. You see, Vecna have a tendency to make things want to stay here after their expiration date. Well, let's just say that my patron does not. He very much want them to go to the other side once their expiration date has arrived.
Wow. That's so fascinating. Yeah. Oh well, thanks so much for taking us.
Of course, it's my job. You paid me.
Oh yeah, but you can always be grateful for people doing hard work. What?
Well, thank you. I'm grateful for the conversation. I haven't had one in a long time.
Oh really?
Yes, I don't get
yeah.
out much.
I just gotta let my mates know something, and then I'll come back and we'll chat. Hey, did you see that fish? I'll tell you a story about a fish.
I'll be looking forward to it, my friend.
You go on, Ingue. I just want to have a brief chat with the ferryman, if that's okay.
Ingue walks back and goes to see John.
So, how long's it been since you've had a conversation then?
It's probably been a few weeks, I think.
A few weeks.
Give or take.
So you don't get a chance to talk to people much.
There's not a lot of people who talk to me, being the scary ferryman.
So, do you ply the waters? Is that all you do?
Pretty much, yes.
And can I ask, how does a ferryman that doesn't really get much work manage to stay afloat, if you will?
Oh, I get lots of work, my friend, but they just don't talk very much.
Oh, I see. Is that because you're the scary ferryman then?
I guess it's my visual appearance. I guess I'm just born a way that people don't want to talk to me or share their stories with me. But I'm okay with that. I like silence just as much as conversation.
No, I see. You mentioned your patron before.
Yes.
And you also said the word deal. I wonder, have you made a deal with the patron, or is it just a god that you worship?
It's not just a god. You should know better.
Should I?
Shouldn't you?
How on earth would I know that? I'm just a simple soldier.
Well, that's not what Sonos told me.
Sonos told you? Who's Sonos, can I ask?
Let's just say that we both work for the same company.
Oh, I see. You're
I'm just
employed by the adventure. What are we called? The Action League or something?
No, I was referring to someone else you work for. Let's just say we work for the same company but different divisions. where someone in your respectable position might be inclined to worshipping, let's say, the sun. Mine's the opposite. Mine is the lack of sun.
The darkness. You. Okay. I'm not sure if I quite take your meaning about worshipping the sun or making deals with the company, but it's rather interesting what you say about the darkness. It's rather interesting. And who can you tell me more about who this Sonos might be?
Make a deception check.
21.
Right. Well, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe you're not the one I thought you were.
Oh, I'm. Did you expect me, perhaps? Did you expect somebody?
No, but sometimes with my other friends, we have a conversation about some of the individuals who have been employed from time to time, and I just thought that you looked so much like this individual. Two colored eyes and such. I guess it's not as rare as I thought it was.
Ah, yes, I see. No, well, I have personally seen more than one person with different coloured eyes, so perhaps we may have been mistaken. But sorry, I didn't catch your name. What was your name again? Can you tell me?
My name is Alaros Sharon.
Alaros Sharon. That's a fine name, Alaros. Alaros Sharon. And Alaros, you were talking before, my friend Ingue and you were talking about that image in the sky.
Yes.
Your employer, do they have any insight into the eye in the sky?
Well, I haven't had a conversation about this quite yet, considering it just happened, but I do believe that, for me, this is a sign that the gods are watching.
The gods are watching? Oh, I see. Should we be concerned that the gods are watching?
Not unless you do good.
I'm sorry, unless we do good.
If you do good, they might reward you. If you don't, they might not care. But, gods. Always so tricky.
Fickle, yes, I understand. The gods are watching. Okay. Well, Ilaris, is it? Ilaris? Yes.
Yes.
Well, the conversation's been very enlightening. Thank you, Ilaris. I must go back to my friends and see what we can do about... actually, while I'm here, do you have a tarpaulin that I might be able to rig up so we could have a bit of a sleep?
I'm sorry, I don't have anything with me other than my paddling stick and a ferry.
Not at all, not at all. I just thought I'd ask. Anyway, enjoy your paddling, Ilaris.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Don't worry, we will be there soon, if everything goes according to plan.
Okay.
Right.
I'll make my way back to the gang.
Right.
And
In the meantime, I've told them at great detail exactly what the conversation we had.
Right.
I will try to make sure that my friend Ilaris is not listening. And I'm gonna fill them in. Guys,
You must have been awfully funny today, Tam. He was laughing like I could hear it from across the boat. It was just ha ha ha. You got to tell us some of those jokes sometime. You never tell us the jokes.
I wish I could say that I was being humorous. I was asking him questions about himself really. It seems as though he is he's more than meets the eye. I wonder whether he and I might perhaps have more in common than it might seem. I believe he I believe he may have something of the deal that I've made, just perhaps a little bit different. I didn't want to go into too much detail. He certainly seems to know a little bit about me. He knew what I looked like, for instance, which was a little bit disconcerting. He may have expected my invisible friend, Sonos. So that's some reason for concern, I guess. But I thought, in the interest of open conversation, I thought I should let you guys know that I did have some concerns about our ferry driving friend. I didn't get the feeling that he was of a particular danger to us. He did seem to be aware of some more details than what I did. But again, that's not a surprise, really. But yeah, I just thought I'd let you know. He does seem to have more than meets the eye.
This wouldn't have anything to do with where you went yesterday, would it?
No, I don't believe so. I think that the person that, or rather, not the person, the people with whom he and I share some interest is rather more otherworldly, if you will, linked perhaps more to my ability to heal rather than whatever else was going on yesterday.
Right. It just seems rather a coincidence. You know.
That honestly, that was my first thought, which is why I stood by and had a brief conversation with him after Ingue had left. I didn't want to have to throw him off the boat, but
I wouldn't know the first thing about steering.
I could probably get us there, and I think it would have been better than having somebody from that part of my life sharing a boat with us. Never mind. It does seem, however, that he's not one of them. Perhaps more related to my patron rather than my burden.
My Tam, you do have your fingers in quite a lot of pots, don't you?
I try to keep life simple, but for some reason there seems to be this a puppet hand, seems to reach into my life and adds complication here or there, quite outside of my control. I do my best, but
Much as we like having you around, Tam, we'll have to keep an eye on you. All these figures from your past popping up like wildflowers.
Perhaps. The dice fall where they may, you know, what the saying goes.
Well, I suppose as long as your intuition's telling us that we don't have to sleep with one eye open tonight, then...
Oh no, I will be, absolutely. I don't trust that man as far as I can throw him, but I don't think he has any particular malice towards us. But I won't be sleeping until we get to Helga's Fret. I think it's probably wise that we keep an eye out. Yes.
I think you'll need some rest. I'm definitely happy to take a watch.
Okay.
I can take 2. I don't need much sleep.
Okay. Well, I think how many more hours do you think we've got on the boat?
You said
So what, at
morning
least
sometime,
another...
right?
Yeah, 8 or 10.
Yeah, another 8-ish.
Well, I might actually take first watch, and I'd like to do a spot of fishing. Actually, we are on the water, and I do have something of a fishing line and hooks. Be prepared and all that. I might throw a line in, and we might have something for breakfast.
Don't let Ingue see.
I think, you know what? I think actually Ingue would probably understand. If not, he'd be just as confused as normal, and it wouldn't really be too much of a problem. He does seem like a fine fellow, even if he is slightly confused sometimes.
He's standing
anyway,
right here, Tam.
He is.
Mr. Tam,
Yes.
can I see this line thing that you're talking about?
Of course. So I'm going to dig around in my pack, and I'm going to pull out. So I've got it's basically twine, and hooks, and I'll just show him how it works. You had a bit of meat, Ingue. Do you remember? some of the meat that you'd gathered on our journey. I don't suppose you have any left.
No, I don't have any left.
That's okay. So Tam will just take out some of. He's got like trail jerky, so just bang a bit of that on the hook and drop it in. So you guys can probably get some rest if you like. I'll be here for a few hours.
I promised the ferryman that I'd come back and tell him some stories.
Please.
If we've finished this conversation.
Okay, sounds good.
One thing before we all head off and do our own. With everything you've just said about that individual, is it possible that, I mean, again, I don't fully understand magic, but maybe they can only see the eye as well because they have some sort of magical ability or link or...
Well, can you see it?
I don't know. I'm just throwing that at you.
Wait,
Yeah,
do you want me to
that's a
ask
fair
some of the...
point. I can.
No, but he has
The
been
animals
touched.
can see it?
He has been touched as well by the same magical energy that's linking us all together.
I think it's a worthy question, Jean. I think the only way we really have of knowing, now we know that our friend is not just the everyday ferryman. Perhaps when we arrive at Helga's Fret, then we can try to ask somebody there. I think it's a worthy question, John.
Look for someone non-magical, someone
Yes.
who looks like me.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I agree.
Well, I'm gonna take that opportunity to get some rest. Wake me if you need me for a watch. I'm happy to do one.
Good night, Sean. Sleep well.
Night, friends.
So who's doing the first watch?
I'm gonna
gonna
try and fish and watch.
I'm going to stay up with Tam. I'm going to go and talk to the ferryman first. I don't think we need to roleplay. I'm going to say inane stories.
Yep, he's just listening to you very patiently, laughing at your stories and such, but he's not saying anything new.
The other thing I'm going to do is cast Speak with Animals.
Sorry, what did you say, Ingrid?
The other thing I'm going to do is cast Speak with Animals and pay attention to the fishing that Tam's doing, and tell the fish not to eat the fly.
Well played. And what did you say? What did you say, Sean?
I was just making a joke of being like, man, I can't sleep with this guy doing all this laughing.
Fair enough. All right. Ingue and Tam both roll a d20 and add your animal handling.
I'm not sleeping yet, by the way, DM.
Right.
Not fishing, but I'm not sleeping.
What did you get?
16.
What'd you get?
16.
Yeah, you kicked my ass. Kick my ass.
All the fishes are like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, I'm going this way. Okay, don't go in that one. That one's dangerous. Yep, okay. Thanks, buddy.
Bloody Ingwe.
Bye-bye.
And I'll feed them too, like bread and like I bought all that food, so there's like all the fish around me and just none.
Fair enough.
So you keep seeing fish, so you're real excited too.
There's a lot of fish, but they're just not biting today.
I love it. That's cool.
Fair enough. What did you want to do, Celeste?
So I'll probably be watching these two with mild amusement. But I'm hoping that I can perch myself up on the edge of the ferry. I'm assuming that there's some sort of like barrier.
There'll probably be more up against the card, I think. There's no sides on this. It's literally as
sides.
basic as you can probably make it.
Okay, well I'll sit like on the side, kind of like facing the water.
Right.
I might even put my feet in, and like take my shoes off and just kind of like dangle my legs over the side a little bit, holding on. And I'll just do the usual, pull out my pan flutes and just, play a nice, paddling song.
Right. Very well. And Tam, you were having the first watch.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you to roll a perception check.
Roger. 16 plus 3, 19.
You kind of take in the environment, and you also notice some of these animals on the ground are moving away from regions of forest line, trying to get somewhere else. Ferryman himself seems to be pretty chill. He's just laughing and creepy, but he doesn't seem dangerous. And occasionally he will glance up at the eye and he'll just chuckle to himself and just continue. But nothing else seems to really transpire.
Does the eye seem to be changing? Like, does it seem to move closer or anything like that? Does it change
Seems to
color
be
or anything?
stuck in where it is now, stuck in place. As far as you can see, it's a little hard to see, like even when you're like watching stars and stuff like that. You're moving so slightly that you can't really see it, but it seems to be fixated at the moment, the way it is.
Okay, all right. Well, I will go and nudge John and take my turn to rest.
Right.
I'm happy to take 2 watches.
Okay, well I'll go to Celeste then.
Right. So Celeste, you can make first 1 perception check.
As everyone's kind of settling into sleep, she'll stop playing her flute. She is considerate. Except for when Jean was trying to fall asleep. That's different. Perception, the first one, natural 20 plus 3 for a 23.
Right. You also notice some of the woodland creatures are also moving away. The others didn't really realize this because it is getting dark, but all the fishes in the water, all the fish are also moving away in the same direction, away from this region, towards the stream currently.
Oh, so they're swimming like upstream.
They're swimming upstream to get away from wherever they are going now, and it's a lot of different types of fish, and you know a little bit about fish, so you know that most of these fish wouldn't necessarily be patched up together like they are, but it seems like they're in a bit of a hurry to get out of there too. The ferryman is again creepy, but not out of the ordinary. You do notice at one point he takes out a necklace and he kisses it, and then he continues paddling. But it's hard for you to see because you're literally on the other side of the boat. But you do notice him doing it. Everyone else is tightly sleeping. And you feel like someone's watching you. But it didn't feel like this the whole way. It just felt like that suddenly while you're sitting there and keeping guard. It feels like someone's watching you. You know, I get that feeling. But you can't really see anyone or anything odd.
I'm just going to kind of look around me and go, a woman has a right to her privacy. Just kind of like lean forward, dipping my toes into the water, just kind of like looking down at the fish as they're moving. I'll kind of like lean down against the side of the ferry and just like watching.
Sorry, I just wanted to, like keep an eye out for Tam. Next to you, you see Sonos sitting.
Well, go sit on the other side of the ferry. You don't have to sit right next to me.
Okay, I'll do that. Sorry. And he moves away and turns invisible again. And that was your first
Got to
watch.
keep them on a leash. It's not nice to be sneaking around invisible and people I could have been doing anything.
Fair. And your second watch.
Oh, books flying everywhere. It's a 10 plus 3 for a 13.
Right. You notice some of the same things, but nothing else out of the ordinary. It just seems to be a very bright night now, given the fact that this eye is giving off a little bit of light too in the sky. But nothing else out of the ordinary.
And I've never, kind of like in the stories that I was told as a child or in any of the research or anything that I've done, nothing like this, like none of those stories, like the creation stories or anything like that, I have ever heard of like an eye appearing in the sky or like a void being etched into like the sky or anything like that. Like just...
Not specifically. Most of the stories you have read haven't been as detailed as something like that. There has been lots of mentioning of the gods watching, or the primordials watching, all that kind of stuff. But not as detailed as there is an eye in the sky when they do that or something like that. But that's up to interpretation. Maybe this is a new thing too. You can't really tell.
I was going to kind of like look around and make sure that no one's watching in the time alone, except for Sonos, who's probably peeking over my shoulder or something, whispering dirty things to himself. But I'm just going to kind of like slowly raise my finger up, my middle finger up to the sky towards the eye, and just hold it there for a little bit before I lower it back down, and then go back to go and wake J'am or Ingue, depending on who would be awake the earliest. I'm guessing at this point it's like 4 or 5 in the morning.
I think J'am would be the first one because Ingue also did some fishing or anti-fishing. It's like anti-pesto.
He was the opposite of a lure.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, so I'm gonna go kind of like nudge him awake and then do my usual as he leaves his area. Chuck a handful of gold into his bag or whatever he's got on him when he's gone out.
Very well.
Put that into my notes.
Another 5 GP.
It's the weirdest thing, but it's funny.
Can't wait till he finds it one day.
Yeah. Alrighty.
I think we're down to like 480 at this point. We're getting there.
We're creeping there. We're creeping there. Eventually, one day, all 500. No.
Level 20, you get like the last gold.
Yeah. Hey, weird! I found this extra gold in my bag as we're wrapping up the campaign. Yeah. So Jean's gonna sort of get up, sit on the edge of the cart at the back of it, taking a bit of a breath, look about, stand up and sort of stretch while looking about. Before he starts keeping an eye on things, looking up at the... Just to confirm I've got it right, so we're headed east, correct?
You're heading kind of eastern, yeah? You're heading inwards towards the middle of the country?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And we're headed upstream, correct?
You're headed upstream, yeah.
We're heading downstream.
No, you're heading downstream. So you're following, and that's why it's
downstream.
going so fast, because you're going downstream. Because the inlet comes from the north and goes towards the south.
Okay, cool. And the eye is in the same direction we're headed, correct? No.
You're going east, the eye is north. And the moon is
cool.
kind of above you in that hemisphere. And southwards is where the warm countries are, like Sahani and such.
Gotcha. Sweet. Okay, that's because I remembered north was somewhere in the equation, so I was just like, hang on, wait, where's the north again? Okay, sweet. So they're north, the eye. Sweet. Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty. Yeah, Jean sort of once taking that in and remembering whatever the hell's going on with that, and after waking up, it's just gonna keep it nice and simple. He's just gonna wander around, keep an eye on the edges, nod to the ferryman, who he has no worries about. Nothing particular, but yeah.
Make a perception check as well.
That's a nat 20 as well. Hell yeah.
Very well.
For a 25.
25. Holy shit. So, you do notice that at one point the ferryman looks around and the eye kind of, like the moonlight kind of catches his eye, and his eye is reflecting a little bit like a cat. And then he just goes back to paddling and smiling again, like he was before. You do realize that that's not normal. You haven't seen that happen to a human before, but that's weird. You also notice Sonos is sitting on top of the cart, and he looks a bit sad.
Okay. And he's visible? He's not invisible?
He's just sitting there, looking at the sky. You can see it's a little uneasy.
So we're just going to watch him for a moment before I approach. Look back over at the ferryman. And then make my way to Sonos. So just look up and be like, hey, you don't usually make yourself seen? What's going on?
I just want to be part of the team, but I feel like every time I do something, it's just wrong.
I mean, I can tell you for a fact what you did back in that town was definitely not wrong. I don't know if we would have made it out without you.
Oh, yeah. I guess so, but I don't know. I just feel like it's hard to fit in. It seems like everyone's mad at me.
What gives you that impression?
I don't know. It just kind of feels like it sometimes. I keep doing stuff that's not necessarily that smart, so. But I'm glad you think it was cool. I enjoyed what I was doing. Just, yeah. It was,
Yeah, it was very helpful. 100%. I can say for a fact that I'm glad you were there. So, in
thank
fact, I
you.
still owe you those donuts.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I feel a little bit out of place here. I don't know. It's just new to me, all this being
I can
here.
understand that.
Everything's so different.
Yeah, tell me about it. Came from a very simple life, so all this going on, this is way above my pay grade, as it were.
Well, I mean, well, at least someone's watching over us, hey?
Yeah, about that. Do you know anything about that?
No, it's a bit new to me too.
Interesting. All right. Well, have you spoken with Tam about how you're feeling?
I will at some point. It's tricky. Like, I'm just supposed to be his, like, servant, you know? It's not supposed to be... It's just supposed to be like, yes, sir. It's not supposed to be like, hey, would you like to go fishing with me? Or, would you like to hang out and eat some popcorn? No, it's just like, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? That kind of thing. Just
I understand.
feels a little
Like,
off, you know? And the redhead lady over there seems to be in a mood, so...
I think it's just the surprise sort of appearances you make that can sometimes throw us off. You know, most people aren't used to being watched at all times. Like it can be a little off-putting when you suddenly pop out of nowhere. Maybe from now on, announce yourself when you want to make yourself present.
Right,
at least
so
around
like
us.
I make an announcement before I make myself seen. Is that what you mean?
Sure, I think that'll make people a little more comfortable.
Okay, like, I, Sonos, hereby demand visibility. Like
mean,
that.
It's a way to go about it, and you know what?
Alright.
It suits you. So
I'll workshop it. But okay.
you do whatever makes you feel comfortable in that regard, man. Like, as long as you're making yourself, known beforehand, I think it's a little better than the surprise and this odd feeling sometimes you might get afterwards of being like, how long has he been there? Has he been watching this whole time? Like, you can understand how that could be a little off-putting to some people.
But I mean, I'm supposed to like protect people and help them out. Isn't it better that I'm just always there?
Oh, I can see the benefit in it. It's just it can make people uncomfortable in certain circumstances. I think it's a tough one. I think when we're out in the open doing our own thing, I think 100%.
Okay.
When we're doing things a little more private, perhaps ask if we're alright with you following us into that circumstance first. I mean, again, I know you're mostly looking after Tam, so this is definitely a conversation that you had with him more than anything.
Alright.
But this is at least my views, and I think most in the group would appreciate some sort of heads up in those circumstances.
Okay. I'll try to do better at not surprising people. Thank you.
Alright. No problem, buddy. You need any other questions or anything, just let me know. You want to come talk shit the rest of the watch? I don't know if you sleep or whatnot, but...
Well, I guess I do, but not as much as I used to, so... It's better now. I can keep watch and do something active instead, I guess. I used to spend a lot of time in my room, literally just reading. And now I'm here instead, and it's just a different world, you know.
Understood. I'm not much of a reader, unfortunately, so I can't tell you about. We can't have a book club type of thing, but.
Oh. But there's some really good books you should read. Like, I'm sure that you'd love some of them. Like,
Any recommendations?
I mean, the way and the will of the warrior is pretty cool. Like, it's like tactics for fighters. I mean,
The way in the will of the warrior.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good book. Like, I always dreamt about being like this big fighter type one day, but you know, like, obviously I'm limited in my capabilities currently. So,
With enough practice, we can all achieve what we need to in that regard.
yeah, I guess that's right. Like, I mean, you can even learn magic if you want.
Yeah. Yep. Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but that probably ain't happening.
Okay, but
I
I
just
mean,
don't have much of an interest in it.
but if you learn a little bit more about it, maybe it won't be so scary. See Tam, for instance, he's healing people, and Ingue is talking to rats and stuff. And I don't know what Celeste is really doing, but yeah, she's playing with her instruments.
She does this thing. In the middle of a fight, like suddenly I just get this rush of inspiration, this rush of adrenaline. I don't know. It's like she enchants the words that she says to us. It's remarkable. It's weird, but it's something extreme.
So she's like a musician kind of thing.
Performer, storyteller for sure. I get that sense very much.
That's explained why she's so moody. Artists are always assholes. That's so cool. Thank you for telling me that. I'm gonna remember that. That's much easier now.
I wouldn't tell her. Just
No,
a heads up.
I don't really want to talk to her, to be honest. She seems scary.
She's a good one. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Not to veer off for a moment and talk about things more serious, but you notice anything strange about that the ferryman?
Yeah, it does seem a little weird, but I don't really know anything in particular.
You haven't noticed anything while out here? I
Wasn't really looking at him, to be honest. I was just keeping my eye on the surroundings, like the big Captain Tam would say.
All right. Well, I feel like you might have better eyes for this, more trained for these sorts of things. People, I don't know. We had some disguised people and things like that. I swear I just saw his eyes reflect like that of a predatory animal.
Oh, that's cool-ish.
Yeah, that has me a little concerned, a little on edge. So how about I'll keep my eye out on everything else. I'll keep my eye on the surroundings, and why don't you focus on him tonight, if that's all right?
Sure.
I think your eyes are better suited for that sort of thing.
Okay, we can do that. We can team up like that. I like that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, wait, you have a preference in donuts, by the way? I'll see what I can work out.
Like, man, you can't have one without the other, you know? Just cream, I guess.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, friend.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
And he'll just trained eyes.
Sweet. I'll go back to it. I'll sort of just keep an eye on him and then surrounding areas.
At some point when you look back, you swear you see him with a binocular just looking at this guy.
Yeah, fair. Sweet. But yeah, eventually when morning arises, I assume I'll...
Yep, eventually sun comes up. The eye is still visible, yet less. And it is time to wake up and you're almost at the shore.
Alright guys, it's morning. Wakey. Time to get up. We got the sun rising, we need to prepare for departure.
Prepare what? We left everything in the cart.
Yeah, well, I don't know if anyone got anything they might have pulled out. You never know.
I'm just gonna stay laying down in the back, and you guys can can wheel it out when you're ready.
Sure. Good news. Nothing particularly suspicious for the night. This is in the back of the cart, right? Just to confirm, this would be where everyone slept type thing.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. I did want to just point out real quick. I did notice something a little odd about that ferryman last night, and after what you said, Tam, it had me a little concerned. I noticed at one point the moonlight hit his eyes, and they seem to reflect like a cat, like some sort of predatory animal in the night, and that doesn't seem normal for a human, at least none I'm aware of.
Yeah, I think.
So, sorry, Ingwe would just immediately cast Detect Magic and listen to the conversation.
Right. So he is very magical. The fairy is magical. And it gives a strong sense of divination.
Cool. Sorry, Tam.
Tam.
Yes.
Tam, I do have a question.
Sure.
She's like laying down on the back with like an arm like covering her eyes. You mentioned that this ferryman, might follow the same path as you, in a manner of speaking.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Do you have, I know that Ingwe has one, but do you have like a symbol that you, pray to, a token that you keep on you? Drive your power from? Your connection?
Well, it's perhaps something a little more magnificent. The warmth on your face in the morning. The way the
Yeah,
light...
but do you have something tangible that you hold and you go, yes, channeling the warmth and sunlight and the spirit of my light?
No. Nothing like that. No, I don't need anything like that in order to be able to do what I do. No, I've always just been able to do it, I guess. I wonder whether on some level I'm the focus. I know that I changed. This changed. It wasn't always like this. Now it changes in the sunlight. Perhaps something of that nature, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
It did something that Jean said about the man.
Well, I was only wondering because last night I saw him taking a symbol around his neck. He took it out and was tucked it back in. So I just thought if you guys were perhaps along the same vein, perhaps there's something to do with that, or maybe he's got a photo of his wife in that locket or something. I'm not sure. I just thought it might be worth mentioning.
I'm not
also
sure.
Talking about how strange he is.
I'm not sure a man like that has. Yes, I don't want to make assumptions.
That is awfully rude, Tam.
I don't want to make assumptions. So I think perhaps the nature of what he follows may lend itself in some way to that. I'm not sure. It's all very new to me. I'm merely a healer and a soldier.
Mr. Tam, I noticed, in fact, when Jean said that he was different, I paid close attention as Verbolgs can, and I just assumed, but I can let you know that this fairy isn't a normal fairy. It's like a holy fairy, right? Very glows in a way that your coat doesn't glow, Mr. John. And he does too. But from what I understand, your magic isn't holy. So.
Not perhaps in the way that. No, not in the way you might think. No. Although I am surprised to hear that Well, actually, you know what? I'm not actually surprised. He did know I was coming. It makes sense. And power was much greater than I am. Obviously, this guy. It makes sense that she knows. And yes. Do you want me to talk to him and ask him more questions? I can. I don't really want to, but I can.
Oh, I mean, I spent a long time talking to him yesterday. Basically the whole time you were fishing.
I didn't catch any
Did
fish. I
I?
can't think why, Ingwe.
Did I notice anything? So I had a long conversation with him about inane stuff. Did I notice anything about him that would link me to Tam? Like I was thinking about how he's related to Tam.
Nah, he didn't say much. He just listened most of the time and laughed.
Yeah, and laughing. What about? So it's obviously a magical ferryman. Is there any stories that I particularly know that his what he looks like and what his ferry looks like that makes me think about specific stories?
You can make a history or religion check, depending on which one you prefer.
Ooh. Okay. Let me check which one I prefer. Oh, they're both the same. And I don't know shit.
Nah, you don't remember. Like, too many different things going on with boats. All you can think of is pirates.
How cool he is.
Cool hats and shit. Yeah. No, that's all you. That's all. You got.
So, if you're... Oh, where's Sonos? He's a different one too. Can I see Sonos?
No, he's not visible at the moment.
Yeah, cool. Aren't the... Oh, I suppose there's good gods and bad gods. So this guy he's got a magic fairy, and he's magical, and we're traveling on his magic boat. It seems like there's more of a direct plan than, you know, like the other day when we're like, it's all connected, and it felt like I was just making that up. Today, it feels like someone's actually connected things. And I don't know who that is. That your patron, Tam?
Well, to be honest, Ingwe, I'm not sure. All I do is I heal and what she asks of me. I would say it's probably safe to assume she has more going on than me, and there seems to be much more going on that we seem to be tangled up in. The events of the last week have shown that there's much more going on than we can possibly imagine. Anyway, but I'm not sure. I'm a farmer. I'm a soldier. I'm not one of you. I'm not like Celeste. I'm much more like Jean. I just happen to know my way around a knife and a bandage. I don't have any insight. She just tells me what to do. That's it.
So when we're trying to work out the things that we do, well, at the moment we're trying to work out which of these amazingly powerful beings are good ones and which ones are bad ones. And at the moment, that big thing
I don't
in the
think.
sky...
But hang on, Ingwe, I don't think it's as simple as good and bad. I think that good and bad are things that perhaps we project onto things. I think that it's possible that somebody would say that, a loved one dying and passing was bad, but in the scheme of things, is that bad in every sense? Maybe a powerful creature would facilitate the transition from one plane to the next, from life to death, and we could perceive that being as bad, but maybe it doesn't. I think that it's much more complicated. I just don't know. I don't know.
Well, could we put it, if we're talking about whether it's dangerous or not dangerous? Because at the moment, the animals, and animals are people that they're not very smart, but they're also not stupid. In some ways, they're wiser than people. They're wise people. And they're running away. So, I wonder if we should be running... I mean, we're going across their path. And I wonder if... we're going to earn some money. And maybe we should be going to run away or see what the animals are. I think we're going this way, and we should be going this way. Nah, don't worry about it. I'll just don't listen to me. I'll just follow what you guys are doing. It's alright. It's alright. You know what you're doing. I trust you.
Know what we're doing. That's
funny.
Best thing I've put on this trip so far.
So, I think what do they say about a battle plan being all good until it starts? Yes, until the first axe falls, and then everything goes from there, doesn't it, Jean? But Ingue, I think on some level your instincts are valid. That there is something to be said for running away from whatever on earth that these creatures are, but I can't help but think that what happened to us on that farm has something to do with this, and I can't help but think that that I don't think we can run, Ingue. I don't think that if we run, I don't think it's going to make much difference. I think that in some way we're intangibly joined to this. You guys had those, whatever on earth they were, the visions, and I don't think that it matters where we are. I think that that puppet hand that I was talking about, that seems to throw my life into chaos, I think it has something to do with... I don't think we've got a choice. I think we could run anywhere, and I think it would still find us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to approach the shores.
Alright. Helga's Fred. Anyone familiar with that? And you were saying something about being familiar, right?
That's my hometown, actually.
Oh, right.
Yes. I grew up here.
Anything we should avoid doing?
No, not at all. Please don't be rude to anyone. but aside from that, no, it's a wonderful, it's a safe place. It's just a village. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. It's a beautiful place, really. We definitely need to drink some beer while we're here.
Noted.
Best beer in the kingdom, I say.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, yes, we can both try, my friend.
All right. I think we're more or less good to go. Anyone got anything they need to put away? I'll do most of my packing this morning.
No, I arose early and went through my exercises, and I think everything's squared away from what I can see.
All right. I think we're good to go, Ferryman.
Well, I'm sorry to see you go so soon. But it has been a pleasure. He hits the shores and he ties it down to the shore and he holds it steady so you can get off with your cart.
Can I pause just briefly after everybody gets off and speak to Elros?
You certainly can.
So I'll go up to him closely, and if we are pulling in the same direction, working for the same company, do you know anything about where we're going?
I think you are about to have the adventure of your life, young one. And they're watching you. And so are we.
Is there something? Okay. Okay. All right.
What is your question?
How do you talk to them? What do you have a way?
To the gods? I don't talk to the gods.
No, I don't talk to gods either.
I don't
She's
like
not
them
a god.
particularly very much.
Are you like her, rather than working for her?
Oh, I don't work for her. Let's just say I'm my own boss.
My goodness.
I just thought it would be appropriate to say hello before it all begins. After all, if you fail, I'll be picking you up in my ferry after all anyway. Good luck, Tam.
Yes. Thank you.
And he unties the ferry and gets back on it.
Fuck yeah.
And
That's
just
sick
waves.
as fuck, Tom. That's bad ass. Oh.
Man, that was a lovely ferry driver. Are all ferry drivers as knowledgeable and pleasant as he was?
I haven't been on many, so I couldn't say.
Good luck, everyone. There's 1,000 eyes on you right now. Better not fuck it up. Disappears into the river.
It just seemed like he's a standard run-of-the-mill widow to me. All right, Tam, why don't you lead us to some of that beer? Yeah.
So I think Tam is probably staring slightly disconcertedly at the ferry as it's pulling away. He's probably I know for sure Adam is going, what the fuck? So Tam's probably doing something of the same, and would be roused out of the reverie by Jean. Oh yes, okay. Yes, sure. Do I see anybody about? Is there somebody at the wharf who I might recognize?
So it's a fairly small wharf because it is kind of a farming village and such. There's farms here and there, and you know that there is an inn not so far away called the Golden Nugget. It's the only inn in the village area, and you know that you don't actually live this far away from here. You live maybe an hour's walk away from here. So with the cart, it probably wouldn't take more than 20 minutes. But the inn is walking distance from where you are right now.
Okay. Well, as much as I'd love to stay at the inn, we should go home. We should go and see my mum, see my dad. We're not far from here in a cart. We could be there in less than an hour, I believe. We could.
Of course.
I'd love to see Mum.
Important.
Yes, my brother and my father, they'd be rapt to see us. Yeah, I could actually. I think before we go, I might stop and see if I can't pick something up for Mum, so I can take a present. Something. Maybe something sweet, something like a cake or I'm not sure.
I'll join you.
Okay. Shall we? Sorry, DM. Would I go to the inn or something like that?
There's a
'Cause
little
Tam would know,
baker
but
there,
Adam
but
has no
normally
idea.
they deliver it to the inn, so you would probably just go
Yeah.
to the inn. It's normally the hot
I just go to
spot
the
for
inn?
this because it's a small village.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So I would It's my hometown, so I'm just going to walk into the inn like I own the place. And do I recognize the innkeeper? I would, right?
So there is an elderly man there. You know him as Bert. But you also recognize 3 of the barmaids in this room. And they all seem to stop what they're doing when they see you. And then continue their chores for a second. Realizing you may or may not have seen these ladies before.
Yep. Okay, good. So I will walk in the door. Bert! I'm home, Bert. I brought friends.
Oh, hey, Tam. Oh, yeah, you did bring friends.
Yes. Actually, you know what? We should get a drink. What does everybody want? Bert, we're going home. We're going to see Mum and we're going to see Dad. I thought I'd stop in and get something to give Mum. But while we're here, we might as well have a drink.
Right. What are you thinking? Cake? Present? Chocolate?
Yes. I think cake.
Cake. Well, you can do that.
Something sweet. Yes. Cake. I think is a good idea.
Wait. I'll see what I can find.
What else? Maybe a drink. What do you have, Jean? Beer. Yes, of course.
Yes, I'll take whatever you recommended. You said it was the best.
It is the best. My father's Barley goes into making the best beer in the kingdom. So nothing but. Ingue, do you want? I'm not sure. Ingue, what do you want?
Oh yeah, I'll have beer. I've been drinking beer with you the whole time.
Okay. Ingue, please don't change the beer this time, please. Not mine and John's, at least. You can change yours, go nuts, but mine and John should stay something like it is already.
Please.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, good. Celeste, would you like something? Some beer?
Is it not like 10 o'clock in the morning currently?
Of course, we're farmers. We farmers drink all day. What are you talking about?
Right. Alright, well, if you do insist that it is the best, I'll take a mug of ale. I will also have a mug of scalding hot coffee. And if they have dark chocolate, I'll take a few squares of that as well.
You can definitely do something like that, young lady.
Okay, thanks, Bert.
There's a few other patrons in there. It's not some that you really recognize, Tam. There is one in there that you, however, Celeste recognizes. It's one of the women sitting in the corner with a few other men. You recognized her as Lorelei, who used to be employed on the same boat as you. She used to be known as the Raven Squire.
Fuck.
And she does not seem to have noticed you. She is busy drinking.
Do I recognize any of the men that are there, or is it just the women?
Just her. I haven't seen them before.
Alright. I am going to look around and notice, and then turn and walk out the door.
Right.
And I'm going to speak, and I will kind of speak into my sending stones and just go, I'm not feeling well after that ferry journey. I seem to have quite an upset stomach. I need to go get some fresh air. I'll be outside. And I'm going to walk around the side and kind of like sit down against like the side of the inn so that I can like keep an eye on the door, but I'm not like in plain sight.
Right, that's not much of a problem. You can do that.
Oh. Do you want us to bring your order outside, or?
Yeah, that would be incredible, Jean. Thank you so much.
All right, if they'll allow it, I'll absolutely.
Did you see what happened then? Did she?
No, I looked one way, I looked back, and she was gone.
She was fine when we got off the boat.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
She does seem to change, doesn't she? She's one moment she's one way, and the next. Do you remember when she was yelling at everyone the other day? Quite like that, actually.
Yes.
It was quite it's quite forceful. I felt.
It was a good sight to see.
It is. It's very kind of scary. I
I think everybody needs that in them.
I think so too. Not me though. Ha! All right, let's have a beer.
All right.
So the barmaid comes over and places the beer in front of you, slaps you across the face, and says, "Tam, you never got back to me. I'm very disappointed." And she walks away.
I'm sorry.
And then another barmaid comes over. And she puts the beer down as well. She says, "Tam," and walks away. And the last barmaid goes over to you and says, "Just let me know if you're free tonight." And then she walks away.
Yes. So, just a misunderstanding. Nothing to worry about. Just a miscommunication. Anyway, what do you think of the beer?
Honestly, I was so distracted by what was going on, I wasn't paying attention to the flavor. Let me take a good sip and really focus.
And it's 1 gold for the whole lot, including Celeste soda.
I'll get that.
So what do I think of the beer? Yeah.
It's pretty good. Like, it's like when you there's a lot of flavor in this because it's brewed like locally and such. So it's not like there's not a lot of water in it like you would normally experience. So it actually is pretty good. It's a good beer.
It's a proud local type.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you can smell the hops in the air while you drink it, and it kind of helps a little bit because it just gives it a different vibe. It's very nice. Very cozy.
You know what, Tam? It's been a while since I've tried some other things, but you might be right.
I told you,
Definitely up
didn't
there.
I? I told you. Ah, yes.
Very good.
Ah, yes. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I guess now we've got our order, and do you want to take? Should I take to? Yes.
Sure. Why don't you do that? I want to go ask Bert for something else.
Okay.
You said they do desserts and that. I think
Okay.
I might grab something. For
Could you
myself.
get him to wrap the cake in something, paper or something, so Mum can't see it when we get there?
Of course. Easy.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
get
All
that
right.
done.
I'll take the coffee and the chocolate and the beer. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I got it. So I'll make my way outside and to Celeste, and very gingerly sort of.
So as you approach, Celeste is not there.
Oh, good.
Come around.
Good.
So where you think, kind of like where she went, instead there is a half-elven girl sitting there, kind of like long dark hair, like dark auburn hair. She's got kind of like hazel eyes, really kind of like pale, sallow features, like she hasn't slept in a couple of nights. And she kind of like looks up at you and goes, "Oh, thank you, is that for me?"
I'm sorry. No. Did you see my friend? She was just here,
Yes,
just a
Tam,
moment
it's
ago.
me.
Oh.
Please, no.
Oh. Okay. But are you okay?
Yes, I'm not feeling well. This happens sometimes when I'm not feeling myself.
Okay. Is there anything I can do?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Well, look, the beer's very good. Even John said so. And we got you chocolate, and we got you coffee. We're getting snacks. We're getting Mum some cake, and John seems to have some other dessert on mind. And then we're gonna go. So, okay, drink up. Let me know what you think of the beer. And Tam's gonna make his way back inside.
Thank you.
As Tam leaves your periphery and goes in, you notice another man walking towards the inn, accompanied by 2 other men. You also know this individual. His name is Zacharias Kane. He's known as the Whip Master from same area as before. And he also enters the inn. And what you guys notice is just a group of 3 individuals come in. One of them is bald with a big beard. Looks very well built. He comes and sits down at a group with some other individuals and drinks.
DM,
Yes.
am I surprised to see these people here? Like, is it kind of a bit of a shock?
I would say that there's 2 elements to this. One is that this is not really a place where ships go to dock. So that's probably the first surprise. Second surprise is that you're pretty sure these guys were dead, or probably dead. I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't
That's
really
what I
see
was
specifically, but they may or may not have been dead.
That's what I
yeah.
was under the impression that
Yes.
no one was left alive. Yes, right. Good.
Indeed.
Cool.
Bert,
Yes.
just a follow up. Sorry, that cake Tam was looking to get.
Yes, I have some cherry cheesecake. I think that's going to be sweet enough, don't you think? I can add a little bit of a chocolate on it if you want, but it's not really. I'm not really a baker, so.
Tam just stepped outside, so I think that'd be. I don't know what. I think it's a gift for his mother.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Well,
If she
how about you
wants
have a
that or not.
taste of it, eh? And he takes a little piece of what it was made with and gives you a little paddle pop stick with that.
Sean is very unused to this sort of thing. Okay.
Very good with cherry wine as well. I mean, it is a little cherry if you have it together, but it's pretty good.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm not really a sweet person. I was
Oh.
just one like it's not bad. It's just I don't go out of my way for these sorts of things.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure she'll like
appreciate
it. I'm sure she'll like it. She
I'm sure.
loves the cheesecake, so this
Would
one's
you
a-
mind sort of bagging it up in a way that it would be covered? He's wondering. so
I
she
have
doesn't
a-
see
I have
it
a box.
immediately. Perfect.
Puts it in a little
Um,
like wooden box. They didn't really have cardboard boxes back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you're at it as well with these desserts, you wouldn't happen to have donuts by chance?
I do. I do have donuts. How many would you like?
Do you have cream-filled ones?
I do. I have cream and vanilla. There's some chocolate ones, and there's some coconut ones.
All right. I don't know how do they come in a particular? Do they come by a half dozen, 4? Do you,
As many
just
as you
individually?
want. The individual.
All right. Let's get 12. And if you could bag them by 4s individually.
I can definitely do that.
Right.
It will be about a gold for all of those
That's-
ones, though.
Fine. Absolutely.
Right, it's a bit of a delicacy. It's not easy to get them around here, but the baker does do them from time to time, and I have to be quick at getting my order in. So,
No,
Yes.
I understand. I just appreciate you have it because I assumed it was going to be a difficult one to find. So
it's not really. It's just tricky to, it's tricky to get them sometimes. But then once you get them, you have a lot of them. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Understood.
it's a whole cartel kind of thing, Like if someone does the donut thing and then they mass produce the donuts, then the other people can't mass produce the donuts. I'll stay with the details. Here is your donuts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Perfect. Thank you. And the beer is very good. I quite
I'm
enjoy it.
glad to hear it. It's locally brewed as well.
Perfect. That's probably why it does so well. I find the local stuff's always the best in the towns.
It's graced with all the air outside as well. It's beautiful. Love it.
I'll take your word for it. All right. Very much appreciated. And John's going to turn around and make his way back to the table, put everything down, and he's going to put 4 donuts onto the table and take the other 8 and put them into his bag.
Right.
Not sneakily or anything. He's just puts 4 down, puts 4 into his 8 into his bag, and then he's going to
Right.
pass the cake off to Tam, who I assume has come back by this point.
Yep.
It was like a cherry cheesecake. He was saying, "Oh, that's right." He asked if she want chocolate on top, but I wasn't sure, so I just thought it best to leave it as it was. But it's all boxed up. Here you go.
Oh, I can't wait. My mother, Aguini, she loves cherries. So I'm sure this will be perfect. I can't wait till I see her. And some donuts. Oh, do you mind?
I got them for you guys. I'm not major into sweets, so it's up to
Fantastic.
you. I figured 1 for each, and whoever wanted an extra.
Okay. And Tam's just gonna rip the box open and just grab a donut and just smash it into his face.
Yeah.
Those elven genes, that's the only reason he stays skinny. Fair.
Cool. Okay. Well, shall we? All I wanted was the cake and to let you try the beer, and I guess we can make our way. Okay.
Yeah, that's me done.
Did you want anything anyway before we go?
Or? One.
Okay. Donuts, cake, check. Okay, let's go. Celeste is outside. She looks different. She's I took her the coffee. She said she's feeling funny, and sometimes when she feels funny, she changes. So you know how I can change, and the way I look.
Sure.
She seems to have done something similar. So she kind of looks more like me, like a half elf kind of. But I don't know, John. She just said she's feeling unwell. So we should go get her, and then we'll make our way. Yes.
All right.
Sounds
good.
Should we change too to make her feel better?
One of these for her then.
No. I want anybody I see here. I want to say hi. I don't want to have to be something else. You can if you want.
Well, she's a half elf, and you're a half elf.
I am.
And I'm a furbolg.
You are.
Should I be a half?
No, you should be a furbolg. Furbolgs are lovely. You look lovely. But I mean, you can be a half elf.
I can.
I think you'd make a lovely half elf.
And then I turn into like. I'm gonna try and go for like Tam, but like looking quite a lot like Celeste, like all of her features.
It's like the love child of the two.
So like
Fair.
The only references he had is like those like face smash up apps.
They just cross between the two.
So it's like Peggy Carter from Marvel, literally.
Beautiful. I love it.
Fair enough.
I love it.
Celeste, what are you doing in the meanwhile while they're doing this?
Celeste she'll probably have like 2 sips of the beer to be able to tell Tam that she had it and that it was lovely and the best beer she's ever had in her entire life. And then she will probably not touch the coffee, and she'll wrap the chocolate up in her pocket, and just kind of just be sitting there and just watching that door and just watching the road, just very like on edge.
Right. Okay. In the meanwhile, all this is happening, nothing seems to stand out to you as odd, other than the obvious. And I think that you guys were done inside the inn.
Yep.
So you eventually come out.
Yeah, we make our way back to the cart and we'll head to Tam's place.
Right. On the way out, you do notice, Celeste, that they are also leaving the inn. They're going in a different direction and are going the direction you are, but they are leaving as well to do whatever they're doing. But they seem to be on foot, so they don't seem to be traveling. But yes, you are on the cart on the way homewards to Tam's home farm.
So on the way, I think Tam would be telling his friends about his family. So my mum, her name is Egwene, and she's the local healer. So she's an elf, and my father, he's a human. So that's how I end up looking like this. So mum, she's really, really good, kind of like Ingue actually. She's really, really good with plants, and she knows all of them. She way more than me. I just kind of learnt the ones for healing, but she seems to know all of them, all of the names and many different names. Kind of like Ingue actually. And Dad, so Dad is he's a classic farmer. Always thinks he knows more than everybody else. Most of the time does, but very good at growing barley. So Dad's name is Rand. So Mum's name's Egwene, Dad's name's Rand, and then of course there's my brother, my brother Matt. So he's a little bit older than me, but yeah, I can't wait for you all to meet them. Yeah,
Looking forward to meeting them. Your brother's name, sorry, you said, was it Matt?
Matt, yes,
Matt.
like Matthew.
Making sure. Perfect. All right. I mean, I'm excited to meet family. I mean, honestly, today's been much of a day of just forgetting about the chaos that's happened the last couple of days. So, that calm day, meeting good folk, sounds like the kind of day I'm in for.
Sean, I think you'll like my dad. He's honestly, he's a bit older than you, but he's a lot like you. A man of few words, and you know, quite strong. And yeah, I'm not saying you're old like he is, but you know, sort of.
I understand what you're getting at. I get it. Yeah. I'm sure I will.
He's an old man with a bad back like someone else we know.
On the way in the cart, you do notice that there are some of the farmers that are doing some of the normal chores. They're looking up at the big eye and they're talking about it, and they go back to their stuff like it's nothing. But it's definitely drawing a bit of attention. Yeah. But after...
Celeste is keeping an eye on the road as we're traveling, like kind of like half listening to Tam's stories, and she's just like watching the road behind us just to make sure that no one's following us.
Right, you can make a perception check.
Natural 20 plus 3 for 23.
Okay, you are pretty sure that no one is following you. You don't see anyone else leaving that little village area where you were before with Ian coming your way. Most of the other people here seem to be doing ordinary chores and further get away from this golden nugget they was called. There's more and more of barley farms.
Nuggets, baby.
and like grain farms and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of like corn and such. A whole bunch of just farming, and it becomes more and more scarce between the different houses. But you're on this little country road on the way to somewhere.
I miss Celeste. What do you think?
It's very uncanny valley. It's very... gorgeous. You know, you do look impeccable. And I kind of like give like a weird side eye to Tam. But perhaps you could, you know, for next time, come up with something unique. You know, you can do anything that you want with a spell like that.
I can, and well, anyway, I was, later on we'll play. But why are we dressed up?
Sometimes when I'm not feeling well, I'll just, you know, change. And I really wasn't feeling well as we got off that ferry, but I suppose it should be, you know, probably another 15 minutes and I'll slowly start turning back into myself, I think.
Yeah, I can only play for about an hour or two. Did it make you? Does it help if I join you when you're not feeling well?
I think so. And do you know what else could be a really fun thing to do? Is give each other nicknames when we're dressed up like this.
Yes.
That could be something really exciting.
I would like to call you Lamb. Because, yeah.
I love that name. Lamb. Let it be known that when I look like this, my name is Lamb.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And you, Ingue, when you're dressed up, what sort of name would you like to have?
Well, I call this costume Sam for lack. Do you get it? With a C.
I do, and that is very, very clever. It's very clever. So Sam, Lamb, and Tam, and Jean, you can be Jam, and you can
Nope,
put on
it's
a
quite all right.
hat.
I'm happy being Jean. Just notice I didn't put on anything. Yeah, no, it's fine. I feel I'll get confused with that.
We should just call him Jam anyway.
Wow, I used to turn my dad. I've forgotten how, I can't do it here yet, but we'll workshop what Jam looks like. I think he'll look like my dad.
I'm deeply concerned, but
It's all in good fun, Jean, don't worry.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to make
fun,
Celeste
feeling
feel
better.
better.
yeah. I got some of these. I don't know if you'd like any. And I imagine there's still 2 donuts left as I pass them forward.
Oh, Jean, that's very, very thoughtful. Thank you so much. She'll take a donut and take a bite out of it and then wrap the rest up and put it in her pocket with the chocolate.
Sweet. All right. Well, we still got one here if anyone else wants. But otherwise,
I'll take one.
Yeah, actually, I think actually Sonos has something of a sweet tooth. Sonos, do you want a donut?
oh, does
Yeah,
he? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's good to know.
yeah, I'd love it. Yeah, sure. I mean, if it's not too much to ask, I'd love a donut.
Sonos, by all means.
I
Oh,
announce my presence, and he makes himself visible. I practiced that. Is that okay? No one got scared or
that's
weird.
cool with me.
Cool.
Yeah, I appreciate that you announced yourself. That seems like some growth, guys. I like that.
Thank you.
Well done, Sonos. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you. I'd love the donut.
By all means, right there. You go for it.
It's just gone.
Yep.
Just flicks
Alright.
like a speck of cream off like the side of
Sound of a blender. And then he turns invisible afterwards. And he's just like, thank you, thanks. It's really nice.
No problem, friend.
And eventually,
That's good to know, Tam.
you arrive at the doorstep of the farm where you live, or lived at least.
Okay, so actually, if I look around, do I see any like, can I see Mum and Dad or Matt? Like,
You don't
Can I see
see
anyone?
anyone outside. You see that there is smoke coming out of the main house, so someone is at least cooking or something.
yeah, and it's what, like, probably still early morning, like mid morning.
Like 11 or 12 maybe ish.
Okay. Yeah, alright. So, Tam will jump off the cart, and grab the cake, and, make his way towards the door. Mum! Dad! I'm here! I bought cake! Oh, and friends! Friends and cake!
So what everyone sees is, you see this farm is very well kept, and there's a lot of barley around it. So you can see this is actually quite a big farm, and this farm is really well kept compared to what you've seen in the smaller villages you've just been in. So someone's definitely spending a lot of time on keeping this perfect. Very similar to Tam, keeping his stuff in order. Eventually the door opens, and you see a tall fella open the door, and Tam, you see your dad, and he's holding a club in his hand, and you open the door, it's like, "Oh, Tam!" And then he gives you a big hug. Where have you been? You've been gone for so long. You brought friends. Who are your friends?
Dad, that's Jean and...
Nice to meet you, Jean.
Pleasure.
That's, hang on, is it J'am?
It's definitely Jean.
No, I know you're Jean, but I'm confused. Anyway, these are my friends. I think they just changed their name on the way here. But anyway, that one's Ingue and that one's Celeste. I'm not sure what they call themselves now, but that's Ingue.
You look like you need a bit of a shave, boy. And he gives you a sturdy handshake.
And that's Celeste. Where's Mum?
Lovely to meet you, young lady. She's cooking right now. Sorry, I'll put this away.
Dad, why do you have a club? What's going on?
It's just, just in case. Like, there's been a lot of rumors lately of villages around the edges of the kingdom being attacked from the water by creatures. And I mean, we do have some water here. It's just, I get nervous when I'm here on my own with just me and your mum. But come in and let's
Matt?
Oh,
Matt?
So after you left, he left too, not so long after, actually. He's found a new occupation. We can talk about it later. He's very happy. He's very happy, really.
Okay.
Come in, sit down, let's have some food. And you see your mum come running out from the kitchen and give you a big hug, almost tackling you to the ground. Tam. And she just keeps kissing you all over your face and just lifting you up as much as she can with her old body.
Mum, I've got cake.
What happened to your eye?
Oh,
it's
that's
a
long
different
story,
color.
Mum. It is.
Wow.
That's a long story.
Oh.
Mum, maybe sit down. We'll have some cake. I got it from Bert. It's. I think he said it was cherry.
You shouldn't have. Oh, there's something on your face. But she leads you in with your dad to this dining room where you, Tam, have been brought up pretty much by home-cooked meals every single day. Looks very well kept. There's not a speck of dust anywhere. And he sits you all down and she starts dishing out some plates and cuts the cake and stuff like that and starts handing out the cake. Oh, so glad you're here. You've been out traveling for a while, haven't you? It's been a while since you've been home.
Yeah. I've seen. So after the war, I decided that honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but I really want to join the Healers Guild.
That's not a bad idea, your mum says, and your dad's like, Should have been a farmer like me, though, son. You're strong. Not as strong as this one here. And he points at Sean, but you'll do for now, right? And he winks at Sean.
So I've really been just trying to make money as a healer, working around the smaller villages near the city, trying to raise money as well as I can. We made our way south, and that's when I ran into this lot.
Oh, well, it seemed like a sturdy bunch.
Thank you so much for welcoming us into your home.
Of course, have some cake.
We know it can't be easy just welcoming random travellers off the road, but...
Oh, it's okay. Since both Tam and Matt left, it's been a bit quiet around here, so it's nice to have a little bit of, conversation rather than this old grumpy man. I'm not grumpy. I am simply constricted in how many words I use today.
I can
Thank you very
understand that.
much.
Of course. So, how come you ended up here? What's going on? Why are you home? Are you staying?
No. I as much as I'd love to stay, we're actually on our way to the big city. We have a job.
What?
We're going to. I think I'm babysitting actually.
Babysitting, Tam. You couldn't hold a baby.
No, Mum, I can. He's not a baby anyway. He's I think he's like 10.
He'll probably survive then.
this big. So my friends, we've all been we're getting paid to go and look after some very rich people. They're going to a big party and they need somebody to, I don't know, look after them or whatever. Somebody's paying us a lot of money to do it. So I got the kid, and Jean got the very pretty lady. And
that's probably a good idea. Speaking of which, I have something for you, Tam. Since you've been away, I've had an awful lot of letters come through the door. Where are they? Here we go. And he hands a stack of letters to you, and they all seem to be written very... There's a lot of pressure on the to Tam on the outside, and they all seem to be perfumed slightly.
Beautiful.
There's a few. There is from Mary, there's from Clarice, Janine, Sarah, Marianne, and Sienna. If that makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Look. Thank you. I'll be sure to open those soon. Yes. So we're here just for a little while, and then we have to make our way to the city.
Okay. How long are you staying for?
Not sure. DM, how long did we say we were staying for?
You didn't say how long you were staying.
Yeah.
But it's about, from here, it's 2 days travel away from here to get to Kingstown. That's why you did the whole, the boat thing, because it was upriver. Sorry, downriver, not upriver.
How long until we need to be there?
You have 4 days left. So you're still in good time.
Yeah, so it's 2 days away and we've still got 4 days left.
Yes, correct.
We don't need to be there until I think 4 days time.
Right.
And I think it's only two days. It's 2 days from here to there. So yeah, we could. If it's okay with my friends, we can stay
great.
at least for a night.
Well, at least you'll be here for the night. That sounds great. And as you're talking, the door opens, and 3 individuals walk in. They're all covered in long, dark blue robes, and each of their heads are covered in a mask. Each of these masks are the same shape as a D12. And the masks themselves are silver colored, and where the lining is between the different spots, it's golden. And there's little like dots so someone inside can see out. And they all enter and just looks at you, and we'll have a break.
Cool.
No!
Welcome to the family. These are your cousins. Oh.
We have to protect the mum and dad at all costs,
Yeah.
you guys.
Save the mama and the papa.
Well,
Wow. Okay. So they look like D12s.
yeah, so they're wearing masks that's kind of shaped like a D12.
Yeah.
So it's like
that.
Sort of like a pentagon. Alright.
bit like that.
Yeah. Right.
Alright, well, we'll jump to a quick break, and then after the break we can see what the fuck this means.
So anyway, I start blasting.
Alright, going to break.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the other, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknowing member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Chardonnay, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Sahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
There we go. Now we're just waiting for the stupid cameras to catch up. There we go. Mine's first this time. There's Adam. Sharok. This is so weird. It's literally doing it one by one. What the hell? And here we have a wonderful Jacob and Celeste. Also known as Laura. I don't know why I did it that way. That was weird. Okay. Anyway. So before the break, 3 masked individuals entered the household of the Corthan family, all wearing dark blue robes and hexagonal shaped masks in gold and silver. And that's where we left off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Tam is going to like stand up really quickly, like throw his seat back kind of fast, and step in front of his mum and look across at his dad. Does his dad seem surprised?
His dad seems to still be eating his cake.
Oh, okay.
Tam, what are you doing? And your mom kind of like peeks out from the side. It's your brother. Matt, take that stupid hat off. And you see him removing the facial mask, and you see a version of Tam, a little bit well built compared to Tam, and he has some of his hair is white, in like a white streak of hair, and the rest of his hair is like brown. And he's like, "Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting to take this off. Come on." And the other two removes their facial mask too, and it's two women, both human.
Matt.
Sorry, brother.
Eyeballs all over again.
Sorry,
Matt.
I forget. It's new for me. I have to remember to wear this when I'm out performing
How are you,
my
brother?
act. I'm great. How are you?
you, brother?
He gives you a big hug as well.
What's with the fancy headgear? What?
So after you left, I decided that I wanted something more as well than being a farmer. And you see that your dad's like, "Sorry, Dad." So I joined the clergy. So I'm becoming a priest.
A priest? You? A priest?
Don't laugh at me in front of my friends here.
A priest? Do you guys know? Have you guys met him?
Well,
Matt. Come on, you're having a laugh. Come on.
well, I am here to introduce my two wives to Mom and Dad. So it's a little awkward now. Yeah.
Okay. Matt, your wives. Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Tam. I'm Matt's brother.
Right.
Hi.
Hello.
So I'm just gonna sit down back at the table, I guess.
And he's still a little confused. Yes. So these are my two wives. And this is Elena, and this is Carolina. That's awkward now. Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm getting married to these two wonderful ladies, and they both kind of hug him and smile and. Okay. So cake.
It's absolutely wonderful news. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry. No,
We haven't
I'm Matt. I'm Matthew. Hey.
Sorry. Yes. This is you're two. Anyway, so this is Jean, and this is Ingue, and this is Celeste, and two. Okay.
Well, you
Not
shouldn't
more
be so
merrier.
surprised. You literally married half the village almost.
But I didn't marry any of them. What do you?
Well, that's probably why there's so many letters there from their parents.
Well, you were the other half. What are you talking about? Come on. Sorry. No.
Don't listen to him. I've been very respectful with
No,
my approach to women. So, right. Anyway, how are you, brother?
Well, perhaps not as good as you, I guess. I've met some fine friends. We've been having adventures,
Right.
making money, seeing the world, I guess. After the war ended, I needed something to do to earn money. I've been going around, but Matt, you're a clergy. Which
Yes.
which temple have you joined?
Oh, we worship the Nameless One.
The Nameless One.
Yes. It's a journey of life, as we say.
Of course. DM, do I know anything about the Nameless One?
No. No one does. That's the whole thing. It's a group of individuals who worship a deity known as the Nameless One, but no one actually knows what that means. But they have been deemed not dangerous. That is the only thing that anyone knows, except for the members. And you know that they have a big church as well in King's Helm, in the capital, with alongside the rest of the churches of the known worshipable deities.
So, Matt, are you living in Kingshelm now at the temple there?
No, I have my own place now. It's not so far away from here, but I'm trying to settle down now that I have 2 wives to look after. I may have to expand.
Okay. Well, I mean, brother, I'm sorry. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was the approach that I was going for, but I didn't expect you to sit here and... Yes.
I was just, sorry, I'm not myself.
Right.
Big night last night. Not much sleep. I'm sorry, my bad.
You've been out drinking again, have you?
Perhaps. We did stop at Bert's on the way in.
I should have known.
Yes.
Right.
Well, wow. Yes. Yes, well.
Just awkward silence.
This cake is delicious, actually. I'd love a second piece.
Yes. Here, have some more cake. And see, Rand's like, well, you know, they always say that sons marry someone who reminds them of their mother. So your mother was also always more than just one woman. Good one, Matt. I appreciate it. See that your mom's not really appreciating that. Just to add to the tension.
So how long has this farm been in your family? It seems very, very remarkably well preserved. You know, well taken care of.
It's been in a few generations. It's been in our possession in a few generations. It's been we've been good at keeping it functional. A lot of people don't have the attention to detail as the Cawthons.
Well, as Tam mentioned, we stopped by the tavern on the way in, the Golden Nugget, and we tasted the ale.
Yes.
And they said it was made from barley that was grown here. I must say that it was absolutely remarkable.
Yes, it is.
So you do a very fine job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It was very good.
It's really nice to hear craftsmanship is not gone to waste. It would be a lot easier if I had 2 sons who were willing to do farming, but it seems like that I am not able to currently. Maybe one day, when they get tired of whatever they're doing.
Well, perhaps now with 2 wives, you know, they might bear onto you some grandchildren.
That is true. There's a double chance of getting grandchildren. Both of the women are like, we're actually both pregnant. And Matt's like, yeah, surprise again?
Congratulations!
Thank you. See, I like this one. What's your name again? Celeste? Celeste? I like Celeste. Celeste is really my favorite so far, even though at times my brother. But yeah.
So, Matt, you're going to be a father.
That's usually what you call it when you have children, Tam.
2.
As far as we know, at least.
Could be a miracle. There could be twins.
Well,
that would be very exciting.
We've been blessed with each other, so I'm sure that we'll be blessed with whatever the Nameless One believes that we should have. And we will build a home together that will be strong and well built for a family.
Perhaps you better get on securing that property.
Yes, indeed. The church is helping, so that helps too.
So you are both. So when? Just soon?
Oh no, we just found out recently. It's probably gonna be at least 6 months or so.
Okay.
Maybe more. We haven't really figured out the exact date yet. We have to go and get that checked, of course.
Wow. Brother, I'm so happy for you. Genuinely, to think that I'm going to be an uncle, twice, perhaps more. Wow.
We'll see.
I just, wow. Wow.
Indeed. And we will do so under the eye of the gods. Unless it, of course, disappears again as fast as it arrived, but that would be quite remarkable.
Yes, about that. The eye, this thing up here, do your people know anything about that?
Well, there's many stories of the eye in old texts. It's referred to as the eye of the gods. Like it's we believe, we don't obviously know because no one's that old really, but we believe that it means that they are actively watching us currently for some event to transpire. You never know. Maybe it's the birth of 2 sons or daughters. No one knows. But it means that we have their attention, so we should do our very best.
Yes. Yes. Of course. So, perhaps, do you think... I mean, aside from, obviously, the wonderful news of the two babies, more, maybe, could there be something else that may have happened? Something large? Something else? Do you think? Have you heard anything about something happening? Anything else?
Well, we heard there was a plague further south in Broken Bridge, and we've seen a lot of the animals have left. The assumption is that the eye have scared them, or they get confused now because it seems to have similar, what should I say, hue as the moon or the sun. So they become confused of which direction is what. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. It's not really what we do. We spend more time conversing with each other than reading old texts and books.
Okay. Wow. So they're watching us.
That is the assumption.
Okay. Well, I guess something south, a plague, you heard.
Yeah, in Broken Bridge it seems like there was a plague of sorts.
Okay. Yes. Wow.
But I'm not sure anything else than that. I haven't seemed to heard anything in particular that should have set anything off. Why, have you heard something? What do you know, Tam? Since you asked this question.
We know that there's that. It's very strange. We did, Ingue actually noticed the animals fleeing, heading in the same direction. He mentioned that there were animals of the night fleeing in the day. Yes. All very strange. We're not sure. We're heading to the capital, actually. we're on something of a how would you say?
Spirit journey? No, that doesn't necessarily seem like you, Tam.
Perhaps not. No, more like money. But
Right.
we're heading to protect some rich people from themselves. Perhaps we're going to a big party. There's a big party, and the rich people are going, and we're going to help.
All right. Well,
Does that sound right, John, Celeste?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I just a little distracted. Yes,
it's a
that's
great
correct.
cake, isn't it?
Yeah. No, for sure. Delicious. Absolutely.
Well, I hope that you are very successful in this endeavor. I hope that you have good luck with your mission to protect these individuals from themselves. We'll be lucky to have you there to help.
Perhaps. Hopefully. I guess. Hopefully.
Yes. Sorry. Excuse my manners. Congratulations on the engagement and the good news of the children coming.
Thank you.
I should have said before. So just a couple things on mind. And congratulations to you as well for that you will become grandparents. That's big news to you all, and to Tam. Congrats on going to be an uncle.
Apparently.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get a beat on Mum and Dad? What are they? How are they reacting?
Like an insight check.
Natural 20.
Hey.
Right. So you can see that your dad is trying his best to just normalize the situation, but he thinks it's a little weird that he has two wives. But at the same time, he's also happy of the idea of having grandchildren. So he's a little bit... And your mom is just happy. She's just happy.
Okay. Tam just doesn't know what to say. Like he's just like, what the fuck? Because I think, like, he hasn't seen his brother since the war, before the war, because his brother didn't come. His brother didn't come to fight.
No.
So last time Tam saw him, they were late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they were quite similar in a number of ways. Certain ways that Tam hasn't necessarily changed as much as his brother has.
No.
Yeah. So. Yeah. It's a lot.
Right. We'll be heading off again now. We just wanted to tell the news and say hi to Tam now he's finally back. We're going to go a little further down to the markets, and we're going to pick up a few of our friends, and we're going to go back to start building our house.
Well, it was absolutely lovely meeting you. An absolute pleasure. And I hope that next time I'm sure that Tam will want to come back and meet his new, nephews or nieces. So I'm sure that we'll see you, in a few months.
Right.
Is that right, Tam?
We're probably going to need a good
Yes.
doctor for the birth. So, maybe.
Oh, that's very exciting.
Right.
I know how to do this. If you want some help,
I'm
just let me know.
not sure what he's saying. He has a piece of cake stuck in his nose.
I know how to do that. If you need some help.
Right. Are you a doctor?
Yes.
Right. So 2 doctors in a group of 4. That's great. What about you, Celeste? Are you a doctor?
No, but I can, play a sweet lullaby to get the children to sleep, so maybe that's where I can come in handy.
I will look forward to that. Well, it was a pleasure meeting all of you. We'll be heading off now. May the Nameless One shine upon you and give you
Also
what your
with
hearts
you.
desire.
Under his eye.
Puts their masks back on and they leave.
Tam, you have a very interesting family.
Dad.
Yes.
Mum.
Not right now. Let's
Did
no.
you? Okay.
Just let
Did
it
you
be.
Oh,
I
okay.
had this conversation with your mom already, and we're just gonna let it happen.
But there's.
And
Okay. Did they say that they were picking up friends? Did they say?
yes, they said they were picking up some friends in the city, and they were gonna go and start
Okay.
building.
How long has he been wearing that hat?
It's been a few years now, Tam. He just doesn't. He didn't use it as often as before, but now that he is starting to join the clergy, it's kind of required when you're out.
Does he always have the hat on?
No, not always. It's just when he's out in the general public, he's usually wears it.
Right.
He keeps complaining about when it rains. It's a little annoying, but yeah, there's nothing you can do
Yes.
if that's what you're supposed to. I don't know. If some religion told me I had to wear a stupid hat, I'd probably never sign up for it. But I respect
it is a
his
very
choice.
stupid hat.
I respect
It is
his
a very stupid hat.
choice. Yeah.
Pick up
Yeah.
their friends.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, you
Sorry
get it,
about
right?
that
Yeah,
behavior.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, I understand. That's
No, I
right.
wouldn't wear no weird hat. None of that. That's not my style.
Right. Yes. It's a different generation, obviously, than for what I'm used to. We didn't wear weird hats when we were.
Yeah, it threw me off when they walked in. I apologize for my rudeness. I was very quiet there. I just was thrown by the garbs that I thought I
Yeah,
don't know what
they-
to be
yeah.
honest.
They're very anonymous, these individuals, but very secretive about their religion. But they seem friendly, as far as I can tell.
All right.
Right. More cake?
Not for me. I'm well full, thank you.
Yes, I've already had 2.5 pieces. I think I'll just let it settle.
Right.
So
yes,
have
please.
you met those two before?
But you
Have you met Carolina and South Dakota? I mean, Elena before.
no, I have never met them before today either.
So you've never met them before.
No, this is the first time he's brought a girl home in years.
So
2, really.
isn't that a little bit? Okay, I mean,
It's a bit old
Okay.
school, but I guess.
but then now they're, you know. Wow. Okay, I've been away for a very long time. I guess I didn't feel like I'd been away for that long, but I guess.
Well, some things change fast, especially things like love and, yeah, you know. They seemed happy,
Yes.
so I guess that's the most important thing.
I guess. Yeah. I mean. So do you know where his house is?
He's
he
building
gonna build
it.
a house?
He's going to build a house, yes.
Is it closer to the wharf? Is it closer to town, or is it further away?
No, it's a different village. It's up
Okay.
further north. You might pass
Okay.
by when you get to Kingshelm, but it's a little off to the eastern side.
Which village is it? Have I been there?
It's Valentorp.
Valentorp. Okay. Yeah, I think I have been there.
Yeah, it's
Valentorp.
changed a little bit too since last time you were home, but
Mhm.
it's a work in progress.
Are there other people that wear those hats? Are they in Valentorp?
It seems like there might be. He keeps talking about his
Oh.
friends in that region. Has started
Oh,
to
I
build
see.
together.
I see.
Very
so
capable
something
fellas, apparently.
Capable at building houses.
At anything, really. They're no farmers, of course, but they seem to have their hands screwed on the right way.
Okay. I think I'd like to see something of this
What?
gathering, perhaps.
I mean, you if you're going that way anyway, you can probably just do a little bit of a detour, and you can see the village.
I feel really bad, Mum. I feel like I shouldn't have laughed. I didn't realize that they were his wives.
It's
I feel
okay,
bad.
Tam. We laugh at you all the time too.
But I don't bring home my 2 pregnant
Well,
wives.
there's a whole bunch of letters right there from families that are concerned about your involvement with their daughters. So
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's just yeah.
so
Anyway.
2 maybe ain't that bad.
But I didn't marry. No, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just it's Matt anyway. So okay. Well, that's a lot. I think I might have a beer.
Right. Anyone else want a beer?
I'll jump in on that.
Right. She
None for me, thank you.
hands out beers and pretzels and various things. And eventually, the day becomes the evening, and the evening becomes the night. And you're all shown to 2 small rooms, 2 small guest rooms. Celeste, you get a room for yourself, which seems to be Matt's old bedroom, and Tam gets to stay in his old bedroom with the other 2.
Alright, I guess we'll see you in the morning, Celeste.
Yeah, sleep well.
And to you.
Have sweet dreams.
Do my best.
Celeste will probably stay awake a lot of the night, probably until like 2 or 3 in the morning. And depending on what everyone else is doing. But she will wander down to the front of the entrance to the farm.
Yep.
And she will continuously cast Disguise Self back into that other
Lamb.
Yes, back into Lamb. And she will just sit atop of it. I assume there's like a stone wall or something that kind of like marks the entrance to like the farmland.
Yeah,
She will just sit there and just perch atop that stone wall and just watch the road until she can see the sun peeking over the horizon, and then she'll make her way back into bed and catch up on a couple hours before everyone else starts waking.
Well, you don't seem to see anything out of the ordinary while you're doing that. It's quiet. It's a bit more quiet than usual because you notice most of the birds and all the animals seems to have vacated the premises. But yeah.
I think as I'm going to bed, I think I'd like to talk to Ingue before bedtime. Ingue, are you still awake?
If you were going to catch Ingue, he would be heading out the door to catch up with the horse
Oh,
that I haven't caught up with yet. So if you're going to catch me on the way out. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, what's up, Mr. Tam?
do furbolgs get married?
Yeah. I don't understand the question, but yeah, sure, yeah.
So, my brother, he has 2 wives now. Is that what you do? Do you meet somebody and then, I want to get married, and then you're married now?
I'm confused. What is your issue that he didn't introduce them to your parents before he got married? Is it they decided?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any issue per se with him getting married. I just don't understand. I just wanted to know. Maybe I'm the strange one, and maybe he's.
You are the strange one.
Maybe he's got it right.
What's the?
Yes.
Well, it seems like. Well, they're the same race. I mean, your mother and your father. I'm very confused by this. Well, in my tribe, you go out to find companions. Some people have companions that are not physically capable of copulating, which I could understand you being confused about, but I don't understand your confusion. If he's found some people, they can share DNA, and they seem pretty happy about it. I mean, I was a bit concentrating on the cake, but are they slaves? Is that the problem? Do you think your brother's an evil person that's enslaved these women?
No. Of course, no. You know what, Ingue? I don't have a problem with Matt getting married at all.
I'm confused. Like,
I think maybe.
Is it two people that? But I've seen you be married to at least. I mean, I've only known you for 4 days, and I think you've already been married to 3 people. So.
No, but Ingue, no, but hang on. No, I haven't been married at all. No, I've never been married to anybody. What are you talking about?
I don't understand the question. What are you talking about? Okay.
Do you not know? Okay. No, so marriage is when you have. Oh, okay. This is too much. It gets too late. I've had too much beer, and maybe we can talk about this tomorrow. I've never been married, and I guess. You know what? It doesn't matter. Maybe. Yeah, we can definitely talk about this tomorrow.
Do you want to do anything in particular, John?
Nope.
He's sitting in the middle of this conversation in the bedroom.
Jean pretty much goes, lies down, tries to sleep, and I imagine he's sort of in a half asleep state when this conversation goes off. So it's like this almost like something's going on around him, but he's not fully aware. All he knows is he's just like, oh, that's Tam and Ingue. I don't need to worry. It's not dangerous noises, whatever it is. And he's just trying to sleep. Yeah.
Right. Ingue, you wanted to go out and talk to the horse. Is that correct?
Oh, I haven't listened to what he has to say yet, so I'm sure I've talked to him over the last 18 hours.
The horse?
Yeah, like inane chatter about where we're going and stuff.
Oh yeah, we can say that you've done that. That's right.
But I haven't listened to his responses, as in cast the spell to hear.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Excuse me. Are you still awake?
I am definitely still awake.
Oh, good. I'm really sorry I haven't taken the time to listen to you over the last couple of days.
Oh, that is good. That is okay. I am pretty good.
Oh, good. Have you had enough to eat? Are you feeling?
Yes.
You feeling comfortable?
I am
being in our team?
perched.
I just wanted to check with you because all the other animals are running that way.
Right.
Do you have the same feeling?
I have noticed a little bit of an eye in the sky. And it's scary. But I like carrots.
Yeah. Okay. I can definitely hook you up with some carrots. Yeah, carrots for sure. So it's just scary. You don't know. You don't want to do anything in particular. You're happy to.
Oh,
What's your name, by the way?
my name is Rrrrenault.
Reynolds.
No, Rrrrenault.
Reynolds. Okay.
Rrrrenault.
Reynolds. Okay. Good job, Reynolds.
It's always so hard for humans.
Yeah. Yeah, they find it tricky. So we're gonna go into the city, and then we're probably gonna go towards where their eye's from. Just let me know if you are worried about where we're going, and I'll make a deal with you for carrots. Oh, hey, have you tried these? I'll give them a berry.
Oh, that is a great. Mon chéri. Oh, I love it. I love it.
And if you want, I can make you faster, and I can make you jump higher. So we'll be best of mates.
I am specially thoroughly bred. I am perfect the way I am.
Perfect. Oh, yeah, great. Oh well. So you don't know what that big scary eye is?
It's
you don't...
definitely not a carrot.
Oh yeah. Oh great. Well, anyway, we'll hang out for a bit. You're welcome to be one of our team. We really appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. Ferryman.
Okay. I'll catch you later, man. Hey,
Au revoir.
Miss Celeste. I can hear your flute, but I can't. I don't know where you are.
She's not gonna reply.
Well, I was a bit confused by that whole dinner, but anyway, seems like you've got a lot going on. I don't. These men that we're traveling with, I don't understand humans. They seem to be really upset about things that they do. Anyway, let me know. Sorry for interrupting you. And then he will walk back in and go to sleep.
So while you're talking to the horse, and John and Tam finally finish their conversation, both of you fall asleep. And Tam, you wake up. It's a little cold in the room. And as you open your eyes, Sean is floating a few inches off his bed. And above him, you swear you can see like spectral hands holding him. And then two eyes look at you. And then he falls to the bed. And he wakes up.
What's going on? Why'd you wake me?
John,
Yeah, what's the problem? You woke me up. What's going on?
no, I didn't know. I didn't. John, no. John, I didn't wake you at all. John, John.
Spit it out, whatever
But
it is.
you were on the bed at the hands with the eyes, and they were looking. You were floating, John, off the bed. I woke up, it was cold, and you were like this far off the bed, floating, and there were the hands coming from... No, John.
You said it was cold?
It's cold in the room.
Yeah, unnaturally cold, yes. John, you were floating.
No, I think you may have been seeing things.
No, John, no. I see perfectly well in the dark, John. You were floating.
No, you know I don't do magic. That's not possible.
I know, John, you don't do magic. But you were floating. I don't, and there were hands, and then there were these eyes. They looked at me, and then boom, you came down on the bed,
Mm-hmm.
and then you woke up.
I'm gonna look over at Ingwe. Is Ingwe asleep still?
So this is before he comes into the room.
Oh, before he's back? Okay.
So you weren't asleep for long when this happened.
Oh,
He was out talking to Rrrrenault.
I don't know. Maybe it must have been Ingwe playing a prank or something.
Jean, have you ever had anything like this happen before? You mentioned the cold.
I thought it was odd considering we're heading into summer. Yeah. We should probably ask Ingwe. I think Ingwe has something to do with it.
Eventually, Ingwe comes through the door.
Hey,
Hey.
why are you still awake? Oh,
Oh no! I woke up from that prank you just pulled on me.
I was talking to Renault.
Right?
Renault. It's hard to say.
It must have been Celeste.
So, Jean Ingwe, I woke up. It was cold. It was unnaturally cold. It was cold in here. And I woke up, and Jean... Now, he says he didn't, but he was asleep. So, Jean was floating off the bed. This far off the bed. There were hands, like hands of cloud that was glowing, and they were reaching down to him. And he was floating off the bed, and then there were these eyes, the piercing eyes, and they were looking at me, and then, boom, John fell, and he woke up. Can you do that, Ingwe?
Can I do that? That sounds like...
Could you make that happen to Jean?
To Jean? No. He's pretty heavy. Maybe to that lamp.
Yes.
No, and not right now either. Like, I can't...
Maybe you're...
Sounds like you're a sorcerer.
Well, I was gonna say maybe you're stronger than you thought. No, you know I'm not. I have no relation to magic. You know that. Nope. Definitely. It must have been Celeste. She must be doing some sort of prank or something. I don't know. Maybe your brother knows something along those lines.
Sounds like a ghost, John.
I don't know what that is.
John.
Mm-hmm.
You were floating.
I was sleeping.
John, you were floating. We need to find Celeste. We need to find her, and we need to ask her. Okay, I'm
maybe
going...
maybe this can wait till morning. I think Celeste... I mean...
John was floating off the bed.
No, Ingwe raised.
You didn't see it. No, Celeste. But I'm going to hold my stone up to my ear. Celeste. Wake up, Celeste. John was floating, Celeste. Off the bed. Spectral
Mr.
hands.
Tam,
Scary eyes.
Mr. Tam, I tried to have a chat to Celeste, and I think she's still not feeling well. Maybe of all the things that we've seen.
Wait, did you tell her that John was floating?
Yeah, but
Celeste.
What, Tam? What?
John, I woke up just now, and John was hovering off his bed, half a foot more off his bed, and there were spectral hands coming from somewhere, and then there were these eyes that were looking at him, and then when they looked over they saw me, and then it stopped, it blinked out, and John fell down and hit the bed and woke up. Something happened, Celeste, and it wasn't me, and Jean said it was Ingwe, but it wasn't Ingwe, and then Ingwe said it was you, and he said it was you, and then he said it was my brother, and Celeste...
I did
John
not
was floating.
say...
I said that. I thought it might have been them.
Was it you? Did you do it?
Yes, Tam, you got me. It was me.
There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Here we have it.
No, it was
Okay,
not
sorry.
me. I'm
Oh.
all the way out the front on the road.
Well,
I'm nowhere near you.
so I told you, John, it wasn't Celeste, and it wasn't Ingue. Celeste, what was it?
Well, how am I supposed to know what it was? You're the one that was apparently right next to him.
Well, I was. Well, I don't know what it was.
Maybe it was Tam.
It wasn't
Maybe
me.
this is an elaborate prank.
It wasn't me.
Like all of us.
Tam,
No.
you're the one out of all of us, I think, who uses magic to get under people's skin, and you know how much J'am doesn't
No.
like things like
No.
that.
He was asleep, and I saw it.
So you're telling me that there was no one else who saw it except for you?
No, there was nobody else. Are you saying that I'm making this up? I'm not making this up.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that you haven't told us the
No.
full truth.
Oh, I see. I see, Miss I. There's no particular reason why I'm hiding out on the road. No particular reason why I'm hiding out here.
I
No,
wasn't
okay.
hiding, I was in plain
Mortem.
sight.
Look, plain sight. Sure, in the middle of the night. Okay, well look, nothing happened. Jean wasn't floating off his bed with spectral hands and eyes. Nothing happened at all. It was all fine. I'm going back to bed.
All right. Back to sleep we go. See, it all resolved itself.
Tam's gonna sit on the side of his bed and just watch Jean. Just in case he starts floating again.
Right.
Have I... Oh, sorry.
No, all good. I was just gonna say.
I was kind of... Oh.
No, you go for it. You go first. Go for it.
No, I was just going to ask DM, have I ever heard anything like that ever happening? Like, do I have any recollection, like, through my study, I guess, of that sort of magic? If that's, like, something that a person would do, or if that's, like, an entity type thing? Is it, like, a common type of magic?
You can make
What you
a
described.
history check. You did stick around a lot of books once.
I did stick around a lot of books once. History... So that 12 plus 4 is 12 plus... Oh yeah, 12 plus 4 is a 16.
Right. You have heard of hauntings and ghosts and this kind of stuff before. You didn't pay much attention to this specifically. So the only thing you really gather is that there's two types. One is a entity that was once alive that is haunting a place, or an entity that was once alive that is haunting a person. And then there's variations of all of that, that can be like poltergeists, which are scary, dangerous, or that can be other entities eventually.
Okay, that's all.
Jean is gonna sort of somewhat ruffle up his bed again, so to speak, like he's frustrated that he was woken up for some reason or whatever, and he's trying to get back to bed. But in amongst that, he's gonna try sneakily grab a hand axe, and he's gonna try pull it into the bed with him and slip it under his pillow.
Nobody notices.
I'm hoping not.
I'd say you can probably do
Ing-
that. There's confusion, and there's enough confusion for that to be able to work.
Ingwe's gonna go to Celeste's room.
But she's not there.
Yeah,
Still
yeah,
outside.
yeah. Sleep outside of these two confusing men.
Very well. And eventually, Celeste, you have to go to bed. And as you come in, you notice Ingwe sleeping in the hallway, in between these two rooms.
No,
thought he
I'll
was
be
in my room.
If Celeste is not in her bed,
Okay,
I'm not
so
like,
it was in the room. So I thought you meant...
I'm in Celeste's bed,
Right.
not like in a weird, creepy way. And I'm like, this isn't being used. She doesn't want to use it. I'm sure.
Right.
Right. I guess if there's like a sofa in like a living area.
There's like spare beds set up as a guest room, both here and in the other one, so there's enough for two.
Because there would not be enough room on that small bed, I would assume, with that giant furbolg.
No,
Who's
no.
probably like spread out.
No. He's just half fishing it.
Yeah. Cool.
Right. But anyway, night comes to a close, and it is morning. And you hear the sound of cows, sheep, other farm animals. And then the familiar sound of a rooster waking everyone up.
So Tam would have gotten up early as usual, and gone to help with chores. So milking cows, feeding chooks, letting them out of their pens and all of that sort of stuff. Very familiar.
Right. All good.
Ingue would have tried to join it probably later, but like very keen to do the like farming.
Yeah, Ran gets you to shovel a whole bunch of poop
Yeah, all on board.
to help with all the crops.
Sean's up early, but stays in bed until Tam leaves, and then he basically gets up and just sits at the edge of the bed, just thinking about the night prior.
Celeste will wake up later than everyone else as usual, and make her way out with like a mug of coffee. Kind of stand on the doorstep and watch out over what's happening, and she'll try and catch Tam's attention, kind of like wave towards him, see if he.
Yeah, Tam would notice. Yeah, so he would come over.
And she'll kind of pull him around the back. If there's like a well, or I guess somewhere kind of like out of the way where people aren't like hovering around.
Yeah.
She'll go, look, I'm sorry about last night.
Yeah, what was your game? Saying that I didn't even see it. I did, Celeste. I saw it. It was
Yes,
terrifying.
But what good is it going to do to terrify them in the process?
Well, what if something bad's going to happen to Jean? Do you know what it was?
I have a suspicion, but I don't think that there's anything that we can do to stop it, at least not right now, and I do not see... So I just didn't see the point in, before going to sleep, filling their head with ghost stories.
It is a ghost. I thought it was. So, is it... Oh. Do you think it's... Oh.
Look,
What if... Oh.
we don't know. There are things that he has told us and very pointedly not told us.
Yes.
And the way that he acts around things that, are unknown or unfamiliar, it can get him very on guard. And I just don't see the point in worrying him until at least we know that something bad's going to happen. Because as far as I'm aware, what's happening right now is almost like manifestation.
A manifestation of what?
Could be anything. Usually things like this are tied to emotions, and the last thing I would want is for, to bring up some things that he, well, number one, might want to forget, number two, may not remember. And I just didn't see the point at that time to go, oh yes, spectral hands, that does sound rather interesting. Let's judge through your past and find out what could be the cause of this. I just thought it might be better to just, we can keep an eye on things, keep an eye on the situation,
But Celeste, he was floating off the bed. What if something happens? What if...
Well, then we'll be there, Tam.
What if it tries to hurt him? Well, yeah, do we know if this thing will hurt him?
Sometimes they can, but usually they draw on emotions to get that power. And so the last thing I want to do before we even know how to stop it would be to give it the power to do something to hurt him. We don't know what this is, and for all we know, he knows. And he's just choosing not to tell us again. And, that's fine, that's his business. All we can do is be there to, keep an eye on things, and if it does hurt him, well then we're here to help in that instance, but you cannot help someone who does not want to be helped, or who refuses to acknowledge the truth, no matter how dastardly it may be.
Well, look, I I will defer to your judgment. It does something about this doesn't sit right. I feel like we should talk to him. But, if he doesn't want to talk to us, then, you're right. At least I don't feel like I'm going crazy. It certainly wasn't me. And
No, it wasn't you, Tam.
I just hope nothing happens. Do you think that it has... Yes. Okay, well, look, I'll keep an eye on him, I guess. I have to keep an eye on him today.
Perhaps you could talk to your brother.
Maybe. I guess. I don't want to talk to my brother about... I don't want to tell him. Celeste, I don't know about his new friends. I don't... That's why I didn't want to tell them. No. I'm not worried about his wives. I'm worried about the other people in this cult that he's joined. I don't know them. I don't trust them. That's why I didn't want to tell them anything about what had happened before we came here. I didn't want to tell them about the plague or anything else. I trusted Matt. He's my brother. But I don't know what he's got himself tangled up in. They walk around with those silly hats on, and I just don't know. You just don't know with these groups what their agenda is. Nameless one seems like things could go awry, but
Okay, well, we don't have to talk to your brother if you really don't want to.
well, maybe I could just ask him, if he knows anything about hauntings or something.
Tell him, if you want to, you can spin the truth a little. Tell him that it happened to me. I don't mind.
Oh, I could say I heard it in a tavern.
Yes, or that. Or
Before
say
we
that you were, spending the night with a girl and, you woke up and she was floating off the bed.
Perhaps.
You don't want to tie it to Jean himself.
I don't. What if they say that he's possessed by some creature and they try to take him or something?
Exactly.
Okay, alright. Well, okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on John, and if...
Maybe we should tie a rope around his leg, just in case.
I don't think he'll let me do that.
Well, once he's asleep. I'm usually, awake when he falls off, so...
Well, you can tie the rope to his leg. I feel like if I get caught tying a rope to his leg, he might get cross. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like he'd get cross regardless.
Yeah, but I feel like he's probably not going to punch you in the face.
Well,
but he might punch me in the face.
Might have a tough time.
Yes, well, look, yes, maybe, you know what, if you want to tie a rope to his leg, I will watch, and I'll see what happens. But anyway, in the meantime, I have to go and help Dad finish up these chores, and then maybe we see what we want to do today. Did you want to go and see my brother up in up the village up the road? Do you want to head up there? What do you think?
Well, it's on the way,
isn't
it?
No, it is.
Well, because I would rather get started, maybe after midday, start making our way there, because you never know, we could get waylaid on the road. I don't want to cut it too close.
Yes, of course. All right. Let's go find the others. I'll finish helping Dad, and then I'll come in.
Right. Have fun.
Mr. John. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, anyway. No, come on in.
Do you know that the milk comes from the cows? No, that's not what I came to. Sorry. What I came to talk to you about is last night. It reminded me. Remember that night that was 6 days ago. I came and I got you to help me because I thought I had the solution to the problem. I remember your face that night, and it looked exactly like it did last night. And
Solution
then
to the
I put-
problem.
yeah, and then you told me I wasn't allowed to stop the alcohol being in the beer anymore, so it wasn't the solution to the problem. Not important.
Oh,
I think
okay. Yeah. No, I understand.
I think the important bit is, and I know you don't want to tell us, but I've realized that you have a connection with the undead, and I just wanted to let you know I can do a thing. It's called, I think it's called an, I think you would call it an exorcism. So I don't actually, I need some, I can do it, but I'm like connected to nature, and to do the spell you need, like you know the religions have like holy water. So I'd need to collect some holy water, and then I could protect you while you were sleeping, or like I could make you protected while I was doing the ceremony, so you could not be possessed. If you want.
Anyway, it sounds like a waste of time to me, I'll be honest. You don't need to worry. I'm fine. Nothing going on with me. I think Tam was just having, I don't know if he was getting back at me for something or whatnot, but don't worry. I'm okay. I must have just looked a little shocked because I'd just woken up, and the way I woke up, I thought there was an issue going on and some sort of problem. So I appreciate your concern, but I'm absolutely fine, and there's no need to worry. My connection with the undead is just a deep hatred for them, so you don't worry.
So they can, I'm not sure if you know this, but they can take your body over and make
What
you
can?
do things.
Who's they?
A ghost, a dead person. You know, the Riverman. If they escape the boat from the Riverman or don't get on the boat, they stay here, but they don't have a body, and so I understand that you have a big axe, but your big axe won't. Anyway, if you ever feel like.
Anyway, we got off the boat. Are you saying that we are people who can possess others?
No, because we still have bodies, right?
It was
Like,
a boat.
but if
Anyway, you're doing me a concern. You feeling all right?
well, you know how you bury like in your human culture, you bury the bodies, and then the undead take those bodies and they come back. And you know how I keep wanting to burn them, so they don't have a body, so they can't grab you. But the really strong ones, if they can't grab you, they just take you and use your arms and use your axe and use your. Anyway.
I think I understand vaguely what you're getting at, but you don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. I'm telling you what these undead we encountered at that other city is completely. It's don't worry. Anyway, just don't worry.
Can I?
How's that horse?
Can I insight check him? Is that a...
You can do an insight check, and Sean, you can do a check of. Is that me?
Whoa.
That's me. 2 seconds.
Maybe you should have muted.
I was gonna say we muted.
Yeah, mute before you leave, eh? No.
Yeah.
That's right. We got a beat to.
It's like Sonos announcing himself.
Yeah. I am making myself visible. Why did I roll before I knew what I was rolling? Alright.
It's always one fucking alarm, isn't it? And the weird part is I don't even know why I went off because there's no smoke.
Ghosts.
Yeah, there you go.
I apologize. Anyway, yes. Jean, you can make a charisma check of the appropriate type if you feel like that is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Ingue, what did you roll?
I rolled a 14.
14. So
I've got a really high insight, but I can't really shoot.
right. So based on that, Sean, you can convey whatever message you believe would be conveyed in the situation.
I got a 19.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing to worry about here.
Yeah. Yeah. He's sweet. Seems a little confused, but okay.
Damn human
Yeah.
thing.
Thing is, I don't even know if that's because there was like a mix of lying and persuasion in there. There was deception and persuasion. So either way, it's the same bonus. So
Well, just make it a general rule if you're trying to hide something in a conversation like that, I'd say. But Ingue thinks it's fine. It's all good. Everything is fine.
Oh, the horse. Well, Renault. It's he told us.
Yeah.
Well, the animals are all running away because that thing's scary. They don't actually. I mean, it's scary, but you know, there's no particular insight from the animal world.
Okay.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
it's
He likes carrots.
sure just general fear and then initial feeling. Okay. We could probably wrangle some carrots for him, right? Sorry, it's still taking me a moment to. I just realized, as I said, that we're talking about a horse that is giving you its opinion on food. It's alright. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to it. All right, let's head down. See what the day ahead of us has.
Oh wait, Mr. John. So if you don't want me to make you good at protecting from undead things, because that sounds weird. If we fight stuff, I can make you really big.
You make me big.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Is that okay?
for no weird side effects or anything?
I have to concentrate on it. Last a minute.
I mean, I'm happy to try it. We'll see how it goes.
Well,
If it goes poorly, we can workshop it.
yeah, because if we get in a moment, I just always want to check before I do things to you.
I appreciate that, honestly, I do.
Okay. No exorcism. Make you really big. Got it.
Sounds good to me. Make my way downstairs.
Right. And downstairs there is some breakfast ready for everyone. Some scrambled eggs and some bacon. And some bread.
Get into it.
And coffee.
Is Tam's mother around?
Yes, she's the one cooking and stuff.
Okay. If I see her, I'll sort of feeling bad for not really bringing a gift. Just something Jean's used to in these circumstances. He sort of goes back up and pulls out one of the boxes of 4 donuts and brings them down, and he goes, sorry, ma'am, not to interrupt you. I can see you're busy. I just wanted to offer these as a just show my gratitude Much appreciated to you and your family.
Thank you. We can probably have them with breakfast, and then we can share them. How about that?
Oh, those rascals out there, they already had some yesterday, and don't you worry, I got
Oh,
I
all
got more
right.
for them if needed. But
I'll
this
keep
is
them
you
in a
and your
safe
family.
place.
Much appreciated.
Of course. Thank you. She puts them in the cupboard.
Bacon's particularly good as well, might I add. I don't know what you're doing with that pan, but it's...
Oh yeah, it's done from Jacob's farm down there, on the road.
All right. Well, see them again, let them know.
Yeah, sheep too.
Pan's friend Jean pays compliments.
Right. Well, eventually,
Just gonna eat.
you all gather around the breakfast table and you have a good solid meal. And Rand's still off working. He comes in and have something to eat, but then he goes out and continues to work. But it's about 11-ish in the morning.
I don't feel good about just staying and going without contributing some sort of hand, but I do think it's probably best we move on sooner rather than later. We only got 3 days to get there, and it's 2 days travel. If we encounter any troubles, could slow us down. Plus, if we get there early, I would love to visit my sister beforehand.
Yeah, Mum. I think we want to go to Valentorp
Right.
later today. I think I'd like to go and see Matt and maybe introduce ourselves to some of his new friends. Do you think that would be okay?
I'm sure that'll be perfectly fine. I'm sure he'd love to
Okay.
see you.
Okay. Have you met any of his other friends before?
No, not really. They've been very secluded, but the ones who were here yesterday seemed nice. His wives.
They did, of course. Is there anything that we can do for you before we go? Any jobs you needed done?
Nah, don't worry about it, Tam. We got it.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, all right.
Your dad's just hired a few stable hands from the city to come help with most of the farming anyway, so I'm sure it'll be fine. They'll be arriving soon, and then they can do the job that you and your brother could not.
Okay, all right. Oh well, Mum. One last thing before I go. I wondered. I need to collect bandages. I need to, just in case somebody gets injured on our trip. I
Oh,
need to be able to. I had them, and then I had to use them. I wondered. Yeah, have you got something I might be able to use? Some old bed sheets or something of the like.
no, I always have something around. Let me see what I can find. And she
Thanks,
rummaged through her own supplies, because obviously she's doing pretty much the same thing you are, and she gives you pretty much a whole new bag of supplies for
Awesome.
medical stuff.
Cool.
Yes, it's always good to have a little extra.
Yep. Okay. That's it for me.
Right.
That's all I wanted. Okay, Mum. Well, I'm going to go and find Dad and say goodbye. And go and get the wagon ready for us to head off.
Right.
I'll leave you guys to it.
All right. Well, he's outside right now. I think he's meeting the two new stable hands or whatever. But it was lovely seeing you again, Tam. Please
Yes. Oh,
come back soon. We'll have a great
Yes,
feast,
we
all
will.
of us, if you have your friends with you.
yes. I'd like that.
Right. Sounds wonderful.
Before we leave the house, Celeste is going to go up to Tam's mother.
Mhm.
And she's going to kind of like, sort of like half helping with the dishes, kind of like stacking plates and things like that. Not quite sure how to initiate conversation. But eventually, as we're all kind of like turning to leave and start packing up and heading out, she'll kind of look towards her and go, I know it must be difficult, but I'm glad you found happiness.
Oh, thank you. I got very lucky with my husband and 2 wonderful kids, even though they're not always doing what they're supposed to. But I guess that's life. I'm just glad they're happy and okay.
I wish you a very happy life.
Oh, thank you, dear.
And she'll reach forward and kind of clasp her hands like within hers. Just kind of like really like look into her eyes. Just go, I really do hope that this happiness is lasting for you. And I do understand how difficult it can be. And I just hope, and I will try and make sure, for as long as I can, that Tam always keeps in touch no matter what.
Oh, thank you, dear. And she gives you a big hug.
She'll hug her back, like, really tightly. And just, like, really, really trying to, like, convey, like, love, I guess, like, in this hug. And then she'll kind of, like, let her go and kind of, like, put her hands on her shoulders a little bit and then go, I hope we see you again soon. Thank you so much for your hospitality.
Sure we will. Just remember, cherry cheesecake. It's always
It's very delicious.
my favorite. Well, anything else any of you want to do before leaving? So, Tam, you go out and say goodbye to your dad, and he is, as mentioned, greeting the 2 new stable hands who were helping on the farm. It's a woman and a man. Both seem like they have seen a bit of labor. They both seem to be well built. You do recognize one of them. You did see him earlier at the inn. He's bald with a big full beard, but he seems very capable. And your dad gives you a hug and says, sorry you can't stay here, Tam, but I do appreciate you dropping by. It's always wonderful to catch up with family. And now I have these 2 individuals here to help me on the farm with their individual jobs. So it will all be fine. Just don't be so hard on your brother. I will try not to as well.
Well, Dad, it was fantastic to see you, and I wish I could stay longer to help with the harvest, but we are going to go and see Matt. Hopefully get to meet some of his friends. If they're gathering together at Valentorp, be an opportunity to get an eye on them. I'm glad to see you've got some help. The 2 folks you've got here seem like they know their way around the farm, so hopefully it all works out for you. And yes, I will. I'll try to stay in touch.
I'm glad to hear it, son. Now, get out of here before I'm getting misty-eyed.
Okay, Dad. I'll talk soon.
Right.
Yep, and then I make my way to the cart.
Right.
Yeah.
And eventually you'll make your way to the cart. You, however, Celeste, do notice these 2 individuals too.
Do they notice me?
Are you actively trying to change your appearance? Or are you just being yourself?
Well, I wouldn't, like, kind of like Celeste sort of like, you know, had that whole conversation with like Tam's mum stuff, and then she would have like walked out down towards the cart, and like I don't know when she would have noticed them.
Right.
I guess does she notice them before they notice her? Would be the question.
Roll a d20.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
That's a... hold on. 11?
Right. So, they have a good chance at seeing you before you see them. Because I rolled a natural 20. but they do not seem to recognize you.
How far away am I from the cart? Assuming that Tam's already there.
You're about like 15 feet away from the cart. You're about 30 feet away from them.
Okay.
But they're talking to Tam's dad.
As I see them, I'm gonna misty step behind the cart. Like, yeah, like basically as soon as I see them, like misty step behind the cart. And I'm gonna reach forward from like behind the cart and I'm gonna like grab Tam by like the scruff of his neck and like yank him back behind the cart.
Celeste, what are you doing? What?
Shh, don't. Just listen to me.
What are you talking about?
Who are those people with your father? Where are J'am and Ingue?
They just, Dad hired some people to help on the farm. What are you talking about? I don't know where they are.
I'm gonna cast Disguise Self back into Lamb.
Right.
What's going on, Celeste? Who are those people? Do you know them?
I'm gonna get out the sending stones. I'm gonna go, J'am, Ingue, where are you?
I'm just inside wrapping up and grabbing the last of my things. I'll be out in a moment.
Hurry, please. Tam, those people are not good people.
What do you mean? They're farmhounds.
They're not, well, when I knew them, they were not farmhands.
Do you know those people?
Know is a loose term for the word. I have encountered these people before. I have worked with these people before, and they are not good people. And I would not trust leaving them here with your family.
Well, I must tell my father.
But do
I must
not
go
let them.
now.
Don't let them hear you. Bring your father over here and tell him that you need to tell him something important. Like, just don't raise their suspicion.
Where's Ingue? Have you seen Ingue?
No, probably is he with the horse? Wow. Over towards the horse.
There's like a little house. Hey, I didn't know they had this little house for the chickens. Oh man, I'd love to stay here and help. We should really do some. Why is your family hiring people? We could help them. I mean, your dad was complaining about that big pile of brush that he's cut down and how to get rid of it. I mean, I could get rid of that pretty quick.
Ingue, can you come over here, please?
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna like slowly just kind of like lean around to see if I can see them.
Still standing there talking to Dad.
Tam, you need to go get your father. Tell him that, you broke a dish inside and something, or just get him out of there.
Okay, I'll go try and get him then. Okay, I'll go over. So, what? Okay, are these people dangerous, Celeste?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make my way back over to the people and my dad, and I will, I'll say, oh, Dad, Mum sent me over here. She's asked me to come and get you to come back into the kitchen. She needs your help with something. She said I offered to help her, but she said it was you, and she said that I couldn't help, that it needed to be you to come and help. So I'm perhaps not as good with my hands as you are. But anyway, do you think you could come and give me a hand?
Sure, son. Excuse me for a second. I'll be right back. And he just walking off you. What's going on?
Dad, those people. Come with me, Dad. Come with me. The people that you've just hired.
Well, I haven't hired them yet.
Come this way. And I'm going to walk back inside with him, like walk inside the kitchen. And as soon as we're inside, out of earshot of the people, I'll tell him that, Dad, those people that you've brought here, my friend Celeste, she recognized them, and said they were not good people. She said they were dangerous. Dad, she's made me come to get you, and we need to tell you these people are not to be trusted. They're dangerous, Dad.
Okay, and your friend's certain of this?
She's never led me wrong before, and she seemed very serious, Dad.
Well, I will simply go and tell them that there's been a mistake and my sons are both coming home to help.
Just Dad, please, okay, what if they, why don't, okay, we'll just wait a moment, just wait, I'll be back in a second. So I'll go back outside and I'll talk to my friends. So my dad, he understands. He's going to send them on their way, but my concern is if they know that this is a ruse, if they realize that he's not being upfront, well, could they hurt him, Celeste? Could they, before I could do anything?
I don't think they could hurt him before you could do anything if you were standing right there.
Okay.
They are just not the sort of people that you want to cross.
Okay, well...
I just think that if he says, if he just says, work is no longer required, we, or something, don't say, we don't want you working here. Yes, perfect, Ingue.
Okay, alright. I'll go with Dad and we'll let them know that their services are no longer required. Okay, alright. Guys, please just stay within.
We're right here at the cart.
Yes, okay.
I don't want to get too close to them just in case.
I'll go back over with Dad. And I'm going to ready I'm going to ready Eldritch Blast. If one of them tries to attack him, if one of them pulls a weapon or acts in any way menacing towards Dad, I'm just gonna shoot him in the face.
Right.
But I'm gonna be like totally not sus about it. I'm not gonna be like just gonna be like fully prepared to blast some fools if they get a bit antsy. Like the moment they act in any way aggressive.
So the plan is for your dad to say that he already has help and he doesn't need them anyway. That's a mistake.
Yeah, that me and Matt are gonna stick around for a while to get the harvest done.
Right.
Before we head along.
Alright, I need you to roll a deception check with -1. Your dad's a pretty honest guy.
So is that my deception check? -1?
That is his deception check, -1. So whatever you rolled, -1.
Yeah. Yeah, Tam is probably a better liar than Rand is. Yeah, so that's a 10.
Oh, that's cool. They seem to be a little taken back by his change of heart, but they don't really know what to say to it, so they just kind of nod and walk off.
Okay.
And the way you can kind of hear that they're talking like, oh, it's another job we didn't get. I wonder what's wrong with us. Just walks off.
Okay. Sonos.
Yeah.
Sonos, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you follow those two down to the road and see? Let me know what they're talking about.
Sure thing, buddy.
I just don't trust them, Sonos.
Do you want me to ask them any questions?
No, say nothing. I'm concerned. Celeste knows them and is concerned that they may be of some danger to my family.
She knows them. Are they like friends?
I don't think so. They
Okay.
Dad told them to come here, and we've sent them on their way. I just want to know if they have any suspicions. Please follow after them and don't say anything. Just listen.
Okay, got it. Also invisible, right?
Yes, Sonos, please.
I de-announce my presence. He becomes
Good.
invisible,
Well done.
and he flies off. So I need to make a perception check for him.
Mm-hmm. That's a 15 plus. Oh no, his is different to mine, isn't it?
It is slightly different, yeah.
So that's a 16.
16.
Mm-hmm. So he's got a plus
Okay.
1.
Right. So, do you see what he sees and hear what he hears, or do you want him to come back and convey it?
Oh, I won't go through his eyes. I'll just get him to come back and convey it.
Okay. After about 5-10 minutes, he comes back and sits on your shoulder. Like, hey, I heard a little bit of what's going on there. Seems like they were looking for places to rob. Seems like they were looking to get some supplies. They have some kind of ship called the Carrion? The Carrion? And they said that the captain's gonna be mad that they didn't get anything from here as well. But that's all I kind of got. Should I ask Celeste what's going on?
No, Sonos,
No, she'll probably just be mad at me again.
You've done an amazing job. I don't think she would be mad. Yes.
Sure, she's always kind of mad.
No. I think she maybe just. Anyway, we'll talk about it in a second.
Did you know her hair smells like lavender? It's really nice.
I didn't. How do you know, Sonos? No. Okay, hang on a second. So, and I'll pass the message on to the others. So Dad, come over here, and I'll go over to the others, and I'll say,
Right.
I'll let them know that the two people that were just there, Dad, those two were scouting. They were coming here to find somewhere to rob. They were, they're looking to find supplies to restock a ship. They have moored somewhere close. The ship is called the Carrion. Celeste, what do you know? What is this?
You can feel Sonos grip, having a tighter grip on your shoulder as well. This is very interesting.
I knew these people a long time ago. They not merciful,
Right.
and I am glad that they passed over. I'm glad that we just happened to be here, and I could tell you not to hide them.
Right. Well, I appreciate you warning me. It's hard to get good help these days, and
I'm sorry.
I'll be more careful next time.
What if they come back?
Well, there's Town's Guard here, and hopefully that will be enough. If not, I have my good old club right behind the door.
Could report them to the town's guard.
We need to find their ship.
No, we don't need to find their ship. We need to get on the road and get as far away from that ship as possible.
But if we find the ship, then we can tell the town's guard where the ship is, and then they can sort it while we're on our way to the capital.
I imagine the ship would be at the docks, not harbor.
Yes.
Take us about a little bit of a detour. We could just have a peek.
When you were
You don't have to
there, you
run if
did
you
not
want us
see
to let.
any ships though, because it is not a harbor. It's more like a small dock.
Yeah. Okay.
Or you could potentially send your friend to follow them and find where their ship is. He's quite discreet.
That sounds dangerous.
And then he could, convey that to you, and then you could... How are we going to get word to your father then to then tell the townsguard? It's just a whole mess of he said, she said.
Well, I could tell my friend. It would be very impressive if he was able to find the ship, though, wouldn't it? Celeste, you would be impressed, wouldn't you?
I mean, he just had to follow them.
I can
Yes, and then-
definitely find the ship.
So he could follow them, and then once he finds out where the ship is, he could come back and tell my father, and then my father could tell the townsguard, and then he could come back to us.
Yes.
What
That
do you think?
sounds like a good plan.
Hang on, Sonos.
Yes.
Can you be visible now and introduce yourself to my father?
I announce myself and my presence. And Dad's like, oh, what the fuck? That's a weird looking dog. What is that?
Okay, Dad, this is Sonos. He is also a friend of mine. He's
Right.
something of a, I guess he is magical. He is. He is. Yes. Anyway, he's slightly magical, and
What do you mean
he's also-
slightly magical? I'm pretty damn magical.
He's completely magical. He's very, very good helper. What I thought, he could follow those gentlemen and find where their ship is and come back and tell you, and you could tell the townsguard, and they could do away with the pirates on the carrion. What do you think?
Sure, as long as it doesn't get traced back here, I would say it's probably the right thing.
Okay. Okay. Well. All right. Sonus, do you think you could find those two that were here?
Absolutely. I
Okay,
can
so-
definitely do that. No problem asked whatsoever. I can definitely do that. Whatever you say, Tam, I can do. I'm a perfectly loyal subject, and I'm great at what I do.
Okay. So Sonus, you need
Miss-
to stay by the book. Yes.
I didn't see any
Mr.
books
Tam.
anywhere. What?
Mr. Tam,
Yes.
do you want me to go too? Do we have a day?
What's your
everyone?
intention of going as well, Ingwe? What's your idea?
Well, don't we have a day
What's your
that we
idea,
can
Ingwe?
spend
Do you
here?
want to go with?
We have potentially 24 hours we can spare, but it's a risky 24 hours, time-wise. We encounter any other problems on the road, it could delay us and we could be late. Of
The
course,
thing is-
safety
For a
of
job.
family's biggest concern.
The thing is, Ingwe, your presence is slightly more detectable than Sonus. So Sonus is completely invisible.
I wasn't talking about. I could be. See, for you humans, lots of animals are invisible because you don't see them. I mean, you see them, but you don't look at them.
It's true.
Is he gonna turn into a dolphin?
I'm not sure. Sometimes he's mysterious. He could turn into any number of things, actually. Ingwe, did you want to go with Sonus to find the ship and then come back here?
Well, I think actually we should probably not go together. We should go. Like, he might not be able to find the ship. Or is he just going to follow those dudes?
I can find anything I need to.
He's going to follow the
I can be very
people.
impressive.
He's going to follow the people back to the ship and then
Okay.
come back here and tell my father where the ship is.
And we're going to go because our job is more important than your family. I got it. Got it. As long as we're on the same page.
think that's a takeaway at all, Ingue.
So you do think that family is more important than a job?
Do you say that out loud?
Hmm.
Like, look at him. What?
Don't worry, I'm just confused.
No, I think the takeaway is that it should be much easier for Sonos and much quicker for Sonos to just be able to go, follow these individuals, and then report back. Whereas for us, there is greater risk involved of being caught, being captured, being hurt, and then not being able to relay the message at all. So I just think that it's the less risky a scenario to send an invisible creature to follow them and then report back. You can do that rather quickly.
But we're not
It's
going to
about
stay
what's
here.
more important than the other.
Are they gonna hurt me?
Will they hurt you?
Will they hurt me if they find me?
Potentially, but I mean, you don't stay hurt for very long, do you?
No, I don't.
Right.
Right.
Should I
Also, now, but hang on. Now Ingwe's suggesting that I care more about something than my family. Okay, well, we have to stay then. We have to stay. We have to find this ship. I don't feel like I have a choice now.
Right. I would of course find the ship, but I support the decision.
Why don't we just go together? I will kill those people.
No, you
Then
can't.
we can pretend. Then we can pretend to be them, and we'll go back to the ship.
What? No, absolutely not.
I don't feel
None
like
of
we
us-
have a choice now.
Of course we have a choice. We
What
could just
choice do
stick
we
to the
have?
original plan, and we could just, if you don't want to leave, we could just stay here. Let Sonos go, find the ship, come back and tell us where it is, and then we go tell the guards if you want
But
to have a hand in it. But we are
what
not
if-
setting foot on that ship.
What if Sonos is caught?
Well, then you would know.
But then what?
Well,
If he's killed,
we'll come back.
well, it's slightly more complicated than that. You see?
It might be more complicated than that.
Well, I'm going to be the very large, bald-headed man. I'm going to kill him,
No.
and then we will go and find the ship and then come back.
No, Tam, I'm
Won't-
just
no, it
suggesting
won't-
that we wait here until Sonos comes back, and then we know that the guards know where the ship is. My confusion was why we would leave when we don't know. Considering those two men said that they were going to come and rob your family's farm.
Who's a man and a woman? But sure, okay. Well, I'm confused now. I'm not sure what to do.
I can still follow them. I just don't want to get hurt.
No, and I figure the way to ensure that you don't get hurt is for me to go and kill those people, and then nobody gets hurt except for them.
But maybe
And
they're
you.
not doing anything wrong.
Yes, well, they're pirates. See, so, you know.
I feel like you both have a fair bit in this. Which is why I've been sort of staying back and just letting you two discuss between you. You seem to have a past with these people, Celeste, and I can see an honest disgust in them. And Tam, I can see you looking to look after your family above all else, and I understand that on a very deep level. I don't think that this job is as important as family. I think that family is the most important thing. Right now, money is going to be something that will help me and my family, but it is not something as urgent as this in the time being. I'm happy to go with whatever you are willing to do whatever you are looking to do, but I do think that maybe staying in some facet, even if it's a little longer, to look after the family is the best bet. Now, I don't think you need to go killing this guy. I mean, I don't see what that'll do, if anything, otherwise just complicate it. If it's found that the son of this farmer killed one of theirs, and the son is nowhere to be seen in the next couple of days, I see only a terrible outcome of that. They may come here looking for some facet of revenge. I think we start with Sonos. We see what he can find out. Sonos, I know you don't want to get hurt. I can respect that.
It's not pleasant.
But that's part of what we do here as a group, right? We sometimes gotta risk a bit of pain,
right,
and a bit of injury to help each other out.
Okay.
So we need you to do this in this instance, and I'll tell you what.
Right.
I'm gonna reach in, I'm gonna open up the box, and I'm gonna be like, I got 4 donuts there. You have as many of them as you want before you go to do what you need to do. Those are for you, and you alone.
Yeah, I do like donuts. Alright. I'll do it, but not for the donuts. I'll do it if everyone stops yelling at me.
I apologize if it seemed like yelling.
No, I just want to be part of the group, and it feels like I'm just not. I'm sorry if I'm a weirdo, but I'll try to do better. This is new to me too.
Based on what I understand of the people of this world, we're all weirdos, so don't you worry about that. By that nature, you fit in just fine.
Alright. Well, if you all think so, I'm gonna do it.
Tam?
Sure, okay.
Celeste?
Yes, it's the most logical option.
Okay.
Ingue?
While we're waiting, can we do some more farm work?
I'm gonna go then before they get too far away.
But Ingwe, weren't you going to go with him?
No, I think that we should stay here.
It's probably
That
better
was
if I
his
do it
original
on my
suggestion.
own, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just stick together, and I'll do my part for the group.
So, Sonos, do not, under any circumstance, get close enough for them to shoot you with an arrow or with any kind of magical spell. Do not, under any circumstance at all, put yourself in any danger, okay? If you get to a position where there's any possible danger, you come back.
Right. I promise.
Do not intervene in anything at all.
Right.
Mr. Tam,
Yes.
one of the elders, when she has a friend like Sonos.
I'm gonna go now.
Thank you.
She can see through his eyes. Why don't you just do that?
Yes. It's slightly more complicated than that, Ingwe. It doesn't work over miles and miles. It only works over a short distance. The ability to see through their eyes, and it has to have its limits.
You have an awfully strange relationship.
With who?
You and Sonos. Never seen someone have that sort of relationship with a familiar before.
Well, I've never had a familiar before, so I'm not really sure. Not really sure what to compare it to.
Very interpersonal.
He's a good friend. I think he's just young. He doesn't always know what to do. He does seem to sometimes act of his own accord, and I'm very worried about him getting hurt.
Why?
I wish I could explain that to you, Celeste, but there are things that are beyond my control. Yes. It's good. That puppet hand once more. I'm on its strings, if you will.
From what I understand, when familiars are, hurt, they can just return to their plane, and then,
Yes.
all you have to do is summon them back again. And, it's...
Do you know what? I think you should have that conversation with Sonos. I think that's exactly what you should do. If you have any questions about Sonos, what you should do is talk to Sonos.
Talk to your familiar.
Yes, please. Ask him all of the awkward questions that I'm unable to answer.
How is that an awkward question?
You should ask that from Sonos. I think that's what you should do. Once he gets back from putting himself in mortal danger and probably getting himself killed, but apparently he may or may not come back. If he does, then you can ask him why I have some concerns about him not coming back.
Because of the gate. Is that why?
I've absolutely no idea. I am a farmer and a healer. I understand blood and barley.
Right. Well, I suppose not much to do now, except for wait, and Ingue wants to go and shovel manure again, I suppose. What?
And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
What a roller coaster.
Are you okay, Adam?
No, I'm fucking over it, man. I just want one session where I'm not forced to turn myself into fucking knots every session.
Well, it is D&D.
I was just waiting for the cliffhanger at the end.
Secrets.
Well, I mean, the cliffhanger, I guess, is sending Sonos off to do whatever he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I need every one of you to roll a d20 as usual.
Yes.
Oh, right, nothing. It's like, what do you mean as usual? What do we do? Oh, no.
7.
I'm the winner, I'm the winner.
7 from Celeste, and how much from Shark?
11.
And Jacob?
20.
And Adam?
18.
How many d20s do we roll tonight? We're gonna get into a battle and it's gonna be like...
Well, I guess that it is up to Jacob to pick one tonight too. Who?
Well, I just got
available?
I got a notification about Killian Kane or something.
Okay.
Have we watched them before? That's why I've got a notification for them.
Killian Kane?
Just started. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can do that.
Killian Kane. They were the VTubers who were did that stream a little while ago.
Oh, yes.
Sweet.
Oh, with the yeah, cool.
Let me just find us here. Oh.
Raid.
Raid.
There we go. Wow, 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 wow.
You need to set your smoke alarm off again.
Why does it always happen? Like, almost every time we had a smoke alarm go off.
It's only been twice.
Well, it went off twice one time.
Did it? I don't remember that.
It was 10. Very well.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Love you long time.
Especially mostly Wolf,
Sweet. Alright.
our new VIP.
Aye. Thanks, bro. Raid is loading, so we'll be ready to raid any second. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone.
Sounds great. Well, see you all on next Monday to see what's going on with all of this.
Of mothers and fathers.
Next one's gonna be
Two.
beer and barley.
Most of will pass no, but is Tam's dad gonna seduce everyone? It's okay, you can tell me.
Sure hope so, bud.
I mean, I did just roll a natural 20 that I didn't use for anything, so.
Yeah, there you go.
Nah, it's all good.
Wake up following
Right.
morning with John in the bed.
Fair, fair.
Catch you guys. Rating in 3.
Good night,
2,
everyone.
1.
See ya.
Bye.
Woo.
Bye. And we've rated.
Ah.